Welcome, everyone. Good to see you here. I'm going to continue my solo effort. Right now, we got Epic Louder, and with a good morning, and we got Christian Paggers with a good afternoon. So that's great. That's great. An icy night came on with YouTube just now. Good says good morning. So we're just going to. I'm going to go ahead and continue with my solo operation. Oh gosh, he redeemed first. Yes, he did get first in Twitch. I think we've got a sound check done. That's fine. I think we're good there. Minimize that so I can see the other items. So far, we've got 21 viewers on board with us. We've got 820 followers. So we're building up the followers in Twitch, which is way cool. It's rising quite quickly in comparison. That's really neat to see. So we got Vesna 0806 saying good morning as well in in YouTube. And sorry, Icy Night was in Twitch. I've got my microphone covering which window is which. So very good, very good. Okay, so I'm going to just come on over here and resume. And basically, we ended play yesterday with me creating the first of the biomass burners being fed automatically by a constructor. Now that we have splitters, we can actually have multiple biomass burners being serviced by one constructor, so we don't have the waste that we had before. We have plenty of grass in there, so it's going to process grass for a good long time. We don't have the chainsaw yet, so I can't cut down any of these big, beautiful trees yet to clear this part of the land. But as soon as I do, hopefully we'll clear a few trees and be able to get some good wood burning there until we can unlock coal. The Vesna went over to Twitch as well with the first. Which morning? Vesna says morning. Didn't know you have Twitch, so this is my main platform. Good. Yes, we're in Twitch, so hit that follow button and make sure that you're following if you haven't already. We've already had 2 followers hit us just since we started the stream, so that's good.
Just for anybody,
we're getting nighttime here, so I'm going to hit Control L and see what happened with our control here. Go ahead, Robert.
Oh, just gonna say that if anybody here is on, oh well, first off, Vesna just gifted 5 subs.
Whoa!
Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Wow, getting off to a great start already this morning. That helps. So Venom Snake got one, and Ms. Sorelia got one. Buzzkill got one, and Zwergen TN, which might mean Tennessee. And Rune123 got a gifted sub. Now, Robert, follow that up with what you can do with it.
Sure. Well, first thing I was going to say is, yeah, we're on YouTube and Twitch. Watch on whatever platform you want, but there's a link to both of them, as well as a link to our Discord. The cool thing about our Discord, we do have some spaces specifically for members, and that includes people who have received a gifted membership. So any of you guys who just got a gifted from Vesna, yeah, please hop on over there and join us in chat. We have both a Satisfactory members server, although we aren't on that very often, as well as a Minecraft members only server that you guys can join and hang out with us on. The Minecraft server is a whitelisted one, so you need to hop into the server permissions channel and drop your Java username. But come on over there, have some fun. Just yesterday, we did a showcase, which we do once a month, of cool screenshots and images that people have shared of their Satisfactory builds, their Minecraft builds, and for some reason, people's pet cats.
Because they know I'm a cat lover.
Because Doc loves cats.
And so I swoon over the cat pictures.
Right. So anyway, so we do that once a month, and it's just a lot of fun hanging out over there. So please join. And Shadow's here, as well as Trumpkin. Hello to you both.
Well, and guess what? I have enough stuff to finish field research, so I'm going to go finish that, and we can probably move on to the next tier, and work on that next tier and get moving forward and get more things unlocked. So we barely got platforms unlocked, and you can see we're working on getting the items moved up to the platform, which we'll do as promptly as we can because it's just easier to build on platforms. So, ready to launch the pod, and my favorite thing to do is to come on out here and watch it take
Milestone
off.
reached. Supply the molecular analysis machine, referred to as the MAM, with local resources to research and develop new technologies. Potential technologies include exploration tools, weapons, and factory buildings. These are essential for maximizing your Pioneer efficiency in alignment with Fixit's core pillars: construct, automate, explore, and exploit. To advance Fixit's mission, all notable phenomena, resources, technology, or other influence should be investigated regardless of any perceived danger, as stated in the Pioneer contract.
In other words, we're supposed to do dangerous things. But Ada contradicts herself later and tells us not to do dangerous things. So I have a feeling she's conflicted. All right, so we have finished Tier 1. We are ready to move on to Tier 2. Gosh darn. Look at this. Look at this.
chainsaw.
Look at this. And I already have this stuff being made. I get my chainsaw on, and we unlock the solid biofuel, which means we can literally get some more automation there.
Good.
Let's part assembly. We can make a copper sheet and a rotor and smart plating. Well,
And the assembler, so you don't have to make reinforced iron plate by hand anymore.
there you go. Okay, we're moving along really fast. And we get the resource sink there, the awesome shop, and the build gun upgrade. We get the customizer panel opened there, and Mark II logistics, which means we get the Mark II belt. So, gosh, we need to zip through these as quickly as we can. So, the question is, do we do part assembly or do I get my chainsaw first?
Do the chainsaw.
All right.
Solid biofuel enables better power too. So
we've
got some good comments in chat here.
Okay.
Screen just went black for us there for a second.
Yep, it went black for me as well.
Oh boy.
So
we've been dealing with some real weird buggy issues ever since the power outage.
yes.
Doc lost his keyboard, and we've been having some glitchiness with monitors. So bear with us as we try to figure these out.
Yep.
So the Vesna said, I struggle getting very far in this game, but I love it. Been playing it off and on way before 1.0. Always tend to get coal power, then overwhelmed with making factories for each resource.
So who's going to open the hype chest?
It's
Open to see your reward. Let's open it. We get a button. We get a smash button emote. Let's share it with everyone. Okay, there we go. Smash the button. Okay, and next time we go ahead and have a freighter to send up, which is going to be just very shortly, we can go ahead and smash the button to send it on up. Okay, we need 100 there, and I need to go get some more screws. So let me go run and get some more screws, and we'll have this one unlocked already.
Hey Doc, are you able to build a MAM?
Am I able to build a MAM? I am able to build a MAM.
Yeah.
Sure.
So Trump can redeem scan a hard drive.
But we don't have any hard drives to scan yet.
We got to keep a good eyeball out for a hard drive to scan.
Very good. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and I can run and get screws, and I can do that, or I can set up the MAM right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just keep working
That's
until we have a
not
hard
an
drive.
answer.
The MAM doesn't matter.
I love the way he's so artistic in his language. Yeah.
Come on now.
I've tried to train him, but he's just resistant. Resistant to training.
And Shano says, so Robert, is Doc solo playing without his elves to help out? Correct.
Without his elves to help out, yes. They're hovering in the background someplace.
Yeah. I'm just watching while getting some other work done, and Garrett's off writing. It was like nearly midnight. Here I am falling asleep, and I get a notification on my phone. It's like, hey, just finished writing my latest chapter. You should check it out.
No, Garrett, it's midnight. Go to bed.
I'm sorry. He keeps writer's hours.
Yeah. Which are a lot like programmers' hours.
Yep. Creative hours.
Yep, creative hours. There you go. That's a good way to put it.
And Trumpkin assures you that there is a crash site close to you. You'll find it.
Okay. Everybody punch the button. What genre is he writing, if he can ask?
Epic fantasy lit RPG.
Milestone reached. Solid biofuel.
And within
created
that, I
from
think
any
he's
biomass
going for
ensures
a
maximum efficiency
progression
of biomass
fantasy.
burners.
I think is what
To
it's
aid in
called.
biofuel production,
not very
the
adept at
chainsaw
that
allows
in
for the
that,
removal
genre.
of tougher wood and coral foliage. Additionally, your pocket dimension has been inflated
Epic
to
Louder
increase
says,
inventory size.
I love this starting area. The
Inspirational
forest
note.
is so pretty
Will
before
be
you
the
start
Fix-It
covering with
Employee of the
foundations.
month?
Yep.
You could be if you construct, automate, explore, and
And
exploit
Shirt Brother
by
wonders, what are your
eliminating all
goals for this
obstacles
save?
to efficiency. This isn't just fun, it's contractually mandated fun.
Contractually mandated. Now, don't you love that? Okay. The question is, for one, I should finish building out the platform and move the hub back down to the platform, along with the MAM and the equipment workshop and so forth. I think didn't I put those over? Where did I put the equipment workshop before? I've even lost track of where I had it. Oh, it's over sandwiched down here. Well, Robert, it's time to play. And so we really need to get this thing off and running now that we've introduced and gotten tier 1 done and we're working on tier 2. We can actually start getting things moving. So the recording is on and we're ready to go.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot to do one thing.
You caught me off guard there, because here I was listening to you, editing a short, and I hear your intro. I'm like, wait, what?
What?
Huh? What's going on here?
Yeah.
Redstone Ninja said Mark 2 seems really great after Mark 1. And then you come back to one of your old saves and look at it like, oh, yuck.
Yep. I really dislike having to wait for the freighter to get back so I can load it up again. So now we know what we need to have collected for the next milestone. And we can look at the inventory here and see that we've got not enough screws, so we can go grab some more screws. We've got plenty of wire, not quite enough rods, so let's go get some more rods. And looks like iron plate, we've got plenty in inventory. So we need to get some rods, we need to get some screws. I think we heard it come back. Yep, freighter re-entry. Good. So let's get some rods, another stack of rods. And another stack of screws.
Trumpkin asks, is Logistics 2 splitters or just Belts Mark 2?
Looks like it's just belts Mark II. We can look belts and lifts, I think.
Yeah, he already got unlocked splitters earlier.
Yeah, unlock splitters and mergers already happened in tier 1, so we're okay there. Good morning, all. Gondelgrim. We've got Trentus N, who had a first-time chat in there, too, so that's cool. Thank you for joining. I'd rather just rush for steel for Mark III. Reinforced plates is an issue. Early reinforced plates is an issue. That's so true. Yep. In fact, I haven't even automated it, reinforced plates yet. So, all right, we can load her up there, and screws and plate and more plate, and we have a button. Let's hit the button.
Milestone reached. The assembler can produce more
Prentice
complex
says,
parts,
just
including the
finished my
project
first
part,
playthrough.
smart plating,
Your
which is
reels have been
crucial
popping
for
up.
initiating project
Your reels that
assembly.
had been popping up were really
Project
handy.
parts must be delivered to the space
Fantastic.
elevator. By completing your contracted duties as part of project assembly, you will definitely be helping achieve Fix-It Company goals without any other ulterior motive.
Without any
Note,
ulterior motive.
Humans cannot craft project parts. Do not worry about your
Sure.
inadequate crafting skill when compared to an assembler. Fix-It cherishes your innate human abilities, such as walking, striking objects, and commodifying natural resources.
You know, she gets really insulting. She really does. Oh, and I can't fill that up. I want to just turn right around and fill it up with the product I have on hand. All right. Okay. I think it's time to go make a chainsaw and set up those other biofuel burners and get some solid biofuel being made so we can get good, reliable, consistent power. Plenty of trees around here to provide that. I don't need screws. Where am I going? I'm going over here because I wanted to go to the equipment workshop here, and I wanted to make a chainsaw. All right, good. I have a chainsaw. Let's build an object scanner, because that'll be useful. And I can make. I don't need a Xeno Zapper yet, do I? I'll make one anyway. And how many? I've got 43 portable miners. Got plenty of portable miners for a while. Okay, let's go. I've got 34. I need 50. So let's just go right over here and build some more reinforced plate.
We got a question from I Has Potatoes.
I has potatoes. That's good.
He says, I just started. Do you suggest any mods?
Definitely Sky UI and Infinite Nudge. Both of those will help you a lot.
So what Sky UI allows you to do is set the time of day, as well as the length of day and nighttime. We generally find that the nighttime is so long, the daytime just doesn't feel long enough. We generally just lock the time of day, but Sky UI also allows you to customize it so you can have like a 55-minute day and a 5-minute nighttime, something like that if you'd like to. But that's really helpful because sometimes it just becomes so difficult to really play at night, especially early game when you don't have a lot of lighting and stuff. And then Infinite Nudge allows you to nudge horizontally and vertically. In 1.1, they are allowing you to nudge horizontally more than the previous limit, so that part isn't necessary, but Infinite Nudge allows you to nudge things vertically, which is super important for decorating purposes if you're into that.
Well, we're heading through, getting through with tier 2 pretty quickly here.
Trentus says that 1.1 could do vertical now too. Can anybody else confirm that? I haven't checked myself. From what I heard, it didn't, but that'd be awesome if it did. Volocrum says, "Hey Doc, what's the plan for the day? I just performed a necromancy on a 3D resin printer."
Oof. Oh. Oof. What does that mean? What does it mean to perform a necromancy?
Necromancy is bringing something back from the dead. Speaking of,
Oh, another. Oh, yeah. They die easily. Now, how did I get? How did the
my
Xenozapper end up out there?
I have Mars 3, and I did something dumb in the latest time rearranging the shop here. I thought we could be careful enough that I don't have to drain all the resin, like every other idiot out there who thinks they can do that. And I didn't, and we moved the printer, and it leaked all everywhere, and all the way down, drained through the center of the printer everywhere. And I cleaned up like the majority of it, but it's sitting over there, and that's kind of a task for like this week that I have to go do the same thing. So, Volocrum, congratulations, you got yours working. I hope I can have the same success. Okay, we have a number of people who have confirmed that you can vertical nudge in 1.1. So, infinite nudge, I believe, is it dead? Cool. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
That is very awesome. Okay, I am in a situation where I have to build out my solid biofuel. So that's going to be reconfiguring all of these.
Holy cow. Volocrum says his resin printer was sitting in the sun for 3 years with resin in it that was over its due date by 3 years.
Ooh,
Woo!
that's necromancy. I mean, you're lucky you even got
Yeah.
that thing printing.
Yeah, there for a while I actually was buying and buying dead 3D printers, resin printers, and fixing them up and selling them. They're just, especially in the low end, basically the Elegoo market. There's just no margin in it.
Okay, I need to get some more rods. I'll be right back.
Very cool. What model is it, Volcrum? Yeah, so Trentus, you said you always manage to get a little bit of resin on your finger. I tell you what, I'm somebody who hates wearing gloves when doing stuff. I'd rather just scrub everything down afterwards. Hate wearing gloves, hate wearing masks. When resin printing, I finally started wearing gloves because no matter how hard I tried,
Okay.
the tiniest bit of resin would spread everywhere, and then to get it on your hands, and to get it on your keyboard and mouse, and then invariably it'd get on some like your soda can or your somewhere on your food, and it's the worst thing
Milestone
ever.
reached.
So
Fix it
I
would
always
like to
wear gloves
remind you
now,
of your
and I hate
contractual
it.
obligation towards efficiency. Recreational use of belts
But
and
it's
lifts
really
does
necessary,
not count towards
especially
work
for health
hours and will
reasons.
put you on the list. Stay efficient. Don't disappoint. Fix it.
So I can't ride the belt. What a bummer. I'll do it anyway.
Oh, of course.
Of course. Because frankly, until you get the leggings, those efficient leggings, you can't really, you can't really do it very well. You can't really get along very well. That's where I'd put food. This container has become obsolete. Because frankly,
That's a nice printer, Volcrum. Good print volume on that.
let's at least figure out what our next milestone is going to be. You know, in order to complete tier 2, we've got to do jump pads. And I found jump pads to be absolutely just nonsensical.
Yeah, you could just skip them.
You can.
Yep.
You don't have to finish everything in particular thing in order to pass through the next
Yeah.
tier.
You just have to complete the next phase.
Okay.
So you do the 50 smart plating to complete the phase. You can just skip whatever you want.
Okie dokie.
So I missed this a little bit ago over on YouTube. Shirt Brother said, I just started a new save with a beginner, and our only rule is that there's just no rules. If it works, it works. Seems to take away some of
Okay.
the stress that new players feel.
Oh yeah. I mean, you know, there's so many times when you put rules on yourself, like we're going to make sure that all the belts don't clip each other. We're going to make sure they don't go through a container or, you know, things like that. Yeah, if you just take the rules off and make it work, that tends to be a lot more fun. So yeah, well, kudos to you for learning that principle, because that'll help you a lot. Okay. I am going to open the constructor here. The MAM can be opened now. Logistics now has conveyor belt 2, so I'm going to put it on my hotbar. Conveyor lift 3 and conveyor stacking poles were all unlocked with the last one. In organization, we now have personal storage boxes now that we can put down. And that tends to be a little bit more efficient when you just have little things to put down. Let's see what we have in power. No extra things. No extra things for power. But production, now we have an assembler. Now we can build things that are a little bit more complex than what we had before. So that's good. The assembler will help us to build the phase part that we have over here, where we have the smart plating. And then the MAM is open now for us, so we can start researching things in the MAM and getting hard drives scanned, getting alternate recipes, which we'll do earlier than later instead of waiting like we have in previous builds. So I'll do that quicker, simply because it's much more efficient to have those recipes than to just do without them for a length of time. Frankly, in my first build, I just didn't understand the value of what a MAM was. And frankly, if you're just watching this and you're just starting out new like this, the MAM is valuable. You should lay one down and do as many of the upgrades as you possibly can as quickly as you can. So I need smart plating, and I think that's in the middle one. Yeah. I just need iron plate. Build more platforms. And frankly, I probably need more concrete as well. So concrete is in a middle one over here. Nope, not there. This middle one over here. And that one's not making concrete very fast. All of this needs to be improved in its efficiency, because when you first start out, all you have is these little Mark 1 belts, and you don't have any splitters, so everything is 1-to-1. You have a miner pumping out the ore or the limestone, and then you can only attach one item to it, which basically limits you. That's why there's so many containers around, because, you know, frankly, I like the fact that the container over here is totally full. Now when I split that into 2 or 3 different parts, I can build a lot, because the miner was able to pump out a lot more limestone than what that constructor could handle. So it backs up, and so you let it back up. In this case, it can't create ingots fast enough for the constructor over here to consume. In fact, I think they're equal, like 30 per minute versus 30 per minute. So in that case, we could have done without this container and put it straight through, as a pass through, straight to the constructor. But those are things that you balance later. You just don't worry about that at the very beginning. So let's go check out. I probably need some more wire. I'm not going to have enough.
Can I show off something kind of neat?
You can
Yeah.
if you could take over the stream now.
So
Are you able to now?
we recorded some shorts the other day, and I'm currently editing one on the new priority mergers. And I was just looking at it for some good close-up shots. So this being a priority merger, down here is the output. Of course, it's the odd-colored one. But the inputs have these 3 bars on top.
Uh-huh.
And those 3 bars are dynamic based on their priority level. So you see it when all 3 are lit, this is the highest priority. When 2 are lit, it's medium priority. When 1 is lit, it's lowest priority.
Okay.
And so you can, by looking at the outside, now tell that these 2 are both medium priority, this one's low priority. You don't have to interact with it. You can see it from a decent distance away, exactly what the priority level is.
Okay, now,
That's cool.
does that mean then that if you have a 3-2-1 situation like you first had it set at,
Uh-huh.
that it takes the left input, and then if there's no left input, it only takes center?
Correct. Yep.
And then if there's no left or center, it takes the right?
Yep.
Okay, that's cool.
That's
I don't
it.
think that's the way that we did it in the audio. I believe in the audio we said it was either on or off. So if we need to correct the audio,
No, I'm pretty sure what do you mean by on or off?
I believe in the audio on mergers, you said the priority doesn't mean percentages.
Correct. It does not.
Okay.
It means it will take only this until this is empty, then it'll take only this until this is empty, then it will take only this.
Okay. So what you meant by the text was that it won't take it in 3/6, 2/6, and 1/6. It'll take all this or all that or all that.
Yes.
That's what you meant by the text.
Yep.
Okay. Very good.
Yep. So
I got it. I
Yep.
got it.
so
So now you got a little bit of a primer right in the live stream as to what's coming up in a short.
yep, that should be coming out either probably the beginning of next week. So anyway, yeah. I like their new designs. They're pretty good. Although it looks like in chat, it is Icy Knight's birthday today.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. You want me to
the first
continue?
2 lines for free.
Okay, we're getting the resource sync now, which means we could start getting coupons.
Milestone reached. You have been given access to the anti-waste effort for stress
Anti-waste.
testing of materials on Exoplanet's bonus program, also known as Awesome. Your awesome input allows Fixit to comprehend our amazing universe more clearly.
We need to clip that
In
part out.
appreciation of this, we have
Because now we
generously
have a
set up an
definition of
internal,
what the
closed
awesome
economy with exclusive
sync is,
rewards
the
and currency.
acronym.
Directing parts of varying quantity and complexity into the Awesome Resource Sync will grant Fixit coupons.
We've got to
These
rewind
coupons
that.
can be
and
redeemed
find
in the
that.
Awesome Shop for highly desirable items such as new foundations, walls, factory attachments, cosmetics, parts, and more. Next time you have additional resources, just remember to go that extra kilometer. Go Awesome.
Okay, we've got to turn that piece into a short, Robert.
Sure, if you'd like.
The reason is I never knew that awesome was an acronym.
Oh, okay.
And how many other people don't know that awesome is an
I'll put it on a
acronym
list.
for, I mean, that could be a really short.
Yeah.
And we could have it in Ada's voice and just play it. Really, that would be kind of a clip.
Yeah, a little clip.
But it might be a tip too. So let's talk about whether we turn it into a clip or a tip.
Okay. Yeah, we could talk about that. Volcrum says, don't you know, Doc, in corpo speak, we never call things what they are. We always use acronyms.
Absolutely. Unfortunately. That's why I became so acronym challenged.
Yeah.
Because you'd go from one work group to another work group, and all of a sudden they're talking an acronym that you used frequently in your prior group that they use to mean something totally different.
Oh, that's the
And
worst.
so then you're lost, totally lost in the meaning. What in the heck are you talking about? That doesn't even apply to that. So we have a first time chat from Dradion. Don't forget infinite nudging. It can also nudge by half while pressing control. That is true. That is true. That control key is incredibly useful to get it right in the exact place you want it. Okay. So I can make this at the crafting bench with rods and screws, and I can make 50 of them. Okay, but I need 25 screws per. Oh, heavens to Betsy. That's a lot of screws to go in one. It's crazy. All right, I'm going to select this milestone.
No, you can just skip it.
I'm never going to use them.
Then skip it. Don't do it.
All right.
Yeah, just go complete phase 1.
I'll have to go get phase 1 parts done. Okay, so what's it
Venom.
going to take to make a smart plate?
We have a first time chat from Venom Snake Twitch.
Oh, wow. Venom Snake's been around over in YouTube, though, hasn't he?
I
Already?
think so.
I think so.
He says, wishing everyone in the chat a lovely afternoon here from Germany.
Fantastic. This is produced in the assembler. It doesn't, I cannot make this in
Correct, because
the
it's a
crafting
project
bench.
part.
Because it is a project. Grumble, grumble, groan, groan. Okay, and we only make enough of those to ship to the elevator. We never use them later, do we?
I think we do, actually.
Okay.
I think it's one of those that we do.
Is it in 1.1.0 that finally used them later? Because I remember release 8. I was making a ton of them, and they just sat.
I don't recall. I don't remember this kind of thing well.
Yeah.
So
thank you.
Fulcrum has something to say about the acronym thing. He says his dentist rebranded and called themselves CBT. And Doc, don't Google that under any circumstances.
Okay.
Probably because CBT also means something very bad.
Yeah. Okay. And I'll just hold off on Googling that. All righty. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do a dirty thing.
So Mihai asks a question, a technical question.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Technical question so early in the morning? I don't know. Okay, go
He
ahead.
says if you have a conveyor, a level 6 conveyor, and a manifold that splits it in two, you get a max speed of 600 on each, right? I think he means just a splitter, but
Okay.
if you put a level 1 conveyor belt on one, do you get 1,140 on the other, or 600 on the other?
Remind me how much a level 1 conveyor can do.
60.
Conveyor on the left, it remains 1140 in front or 600 from the split. Oh, it will put the remainder. It'll put the 1140. In other words, if the belt originally can do 1200 and you split off a belt that can only do 60, the remaining 1140 will continue forward because it will just perceive that the belt on the side is full, and the 1140 will continue. In fact, one of the balancer videos that we did showed that if you wanted to fill up a manifold a little bit more effectively, you could put slower belts that matched the consumption of the machine, so that when you put the splitter in the center, it wouldn't keep trying to put more product in there than what the machine used, and you could put slower belts off to the side because the remainder just continues on through the belt as though the machine were full but in this way it perceives that the belt is full because it's slower, it can't take anymore. So yes, to answer your question, it goes forward.
In fact, what's really neat with 1.1, we now have the ability to use a conveyor throughput monitor, which will tell us exactly what's happening, so we could actually model that out and see the results,
Yes.
which is pretty cool.
And that's going to be really cool for putting together some shorts that talk about those concepts.
Yep. In fact, what was neat is Doc and I were theoretically building something to go into Gigafactory, and I built a model of it in 1.1, and I put the monitor on it, and my theory was incorrect, and I had to study it for a while to realize, oh, that's why I was wrong.
That's how it works.
Yeah, and it's really cool. It makes it yeah.
All right, I've got an awesome sink and an awesome shop. All this extra stuff that I'm creating can now get sunk when I've got enough of it. That will be cool.
Christian asks if there's a lot of spiders in your spawn region.
I haven't seen one yet. That's all I can say at this point. So I would gather no. Haven't even seen too many creatures either. Occasionally, I play on peaceful mode, so I don't notice them a lot. They just walk by, and they're just animals, like all other friendly creatures. They act like a doggo. They just walk by. They don't spit at me or anything. The only bad ones are the ones that are radioactive. Getting next to them still hurts if you don't have the right protective gear. So, Oh, I've got to get my coffee mug back. Yes, Trumpkin says, "Yeah, I got to get my coffee mug back." Okay, so I am going to put an assembler right here.
Doc is actually on version 1.0 at the moment. We tried to get 1.1 working, but they have some bugs right now that every time Doc tries to load the experimental, and if anybody has a solution, this would be great. It puts him, because he has a 1440p monitor, it puts the screen in 1080p, but it's not filling up the entire screen. And
Yeah,
that's
it's sitting up in the upper left corner, just filling the upper left corner.
But it thinks the mouse is mapped weird to it, so like the mouse can't click on anything because it thinks the mouse needs to be off the screen in order to do stuff, and it's just weird. It doesn't quite map properly. So we were really wanting to get experimental working for today, but for some reason it was messing everything up. And Doc had to restart his computer a couple times just to get the regular version of Satisfactory working as well. So there's some config silliness going on.
All right, I'm going to make the part that I need for the machine for the space elevator. I'm still missing reinforced plates. I haven't built a machine to make reinforced plates yet. So let me go get some reinforced plates built. And I'll look forward to deconstructing all of this extra nonsense.
Christian says, "Oh, I see. I've considered choosing the forest as spawn, but I always thought it was infested. No arachnophobia here, but stingers just put me off a lot."
Okay.
Yeah.
And, frankly, I'm probably skilled enough now, after killing them without them attacking me, to go ahead and deal with them if I wanted to. I just don't want to. So,
What if instead of having killed Doc, they have take the game out of passive phase?
can you flip it on and off indiscriminately?
Yeah.
And it would be a 15-minute, like the no conveyors thing?
Yeah, something like that.
Well, put it up for a vote. See if they want that. Then make it really expensive.
Sure.
before I leave here. I'm going to go grab some more screws. How soon do you unlock the dimensional depot, Robert?
Oh, yeah. Well, check out the MAM. I think you can do it pretty much anytime once you have the MAM and a couple of Mercer spheres.
Okay. And since I don't have any Mercer spheres at the moment, alrighty. Time for an assembler. Golly. Took a lot to get just an assembler. And we're going to feed it with a storage container here. And I don't have enough rods. Okay, fine. I can go get more rods.
Gondelgrim says we should also put in some options to negate these purchases and save dock.
Do what?
It says should put in some options to negate the purchase and save dock. So there's a kill dock and there's a save dock option. And if the save dock option comes in,
Before you've executed me.
yep. Because this always concerns me the way people want unfortunate things to happen to dock. Okay, the poll is up and on Twitch. We got to at least have a dozen people saying they want to pay for it before
Okay.
we'll actually get it.
Okay.
And Zeospiller over on YouTube said hi. I missed that. Oh, poor Icy Knight. Look at this. He said, stop saying no. Why? We have 3 people voting no to only 1 person voting yes.
In other words, they're saying no to having a save dock?
No to paying to take you out of passive mode. As in 4 to 1 they prefer to just let you build.
Okay. Rather than wasting my time killing creatures. That's totally fine by me.
Volocrim says Robert's caught lacking. Garrett is now the favorite son. Yeah.
Okay.
So now I'm just waiting around an experimental for it to become daytime again so I can continue working.
Okay. I don't have walls yet, do I? I do have walls. Okay. I do have walls. Yes, I think that's what I'll do. Okay. Let's see if I can build any.
Well, I'm actually surprised. I know Alexa pays for it. So maybe when if Alexa was here, we'd get some better votes.
Better
That's
road sound.
funny.
Okay, so the vote is basically no, they don't want to turn me off peaceable.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I can live with that.
Well, you know, you can live with it, but come on, man. First time chat from Humble Biscuit
Okay, cool.
says, wait, hamburger?
Wait, hamburger? What? What?
I included an option in the poll that just says hamburger. And I do that intentionally on polls because there's quite often people who want to answer a poll because answering matters, but they actually don't really have an opinion. So you give them a junk opinion, a funny one, they'll choose that instead. So they can participate without messing with the vote. That's why we allow writing candidates in elections.
Oh, is that how that works? So they can vote for Mickey Mouse if they want to?
So they can throw away their vote and feel like they voted.
They can get their little I voted sticker, huh?
There you go. Archon, that is some vintage memery there. Icon has cheeseburger. It's been a while. Oh. What is going on in this game?
What is going on in this game? Are you struggling to understand what I'm doing right now, or?
No, it's 1.1 issues. It is middle of the day. The sun is bright out in the sky, and it's just dark out.
Maybe there's a tornado coming.
Oh gosh, not again.
Not again. All right.
Any clips? Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Volcrum says it's hard when you have 2 suns and 4 moons. Yeah, that would be interesting. Trumpkin asks, so that part is made in the assembler, needs rotors and reinforced plating? Question mark.
Yes, it needs rotors and reinforced steel plates, iron plates. So I've got to build, an upstream supply chain for those two, which I need to build those two anyway. It's just wasn't up to that point yet. I wanted to get my power supply fixed first and get this fully running the way I wanted it. So I'm working on deconstructing this and getting.
Yes, Volcrum I have, but typically this guy is just bright, so I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, it's all sorts of trippy up there in the sky in Satisfactory. I don't know if they actually modeled eclipses and stuff, that'd be cool, but I'm just seeing dark constantly. Humble Biscuit says areas of the map have different light filters. Sometimes it seems night, but it's just fog in those filters. Yeah, maybe. I'm out in the southern grasslands area. I come out here because usually the lighting is best for recording short stuff.
Okay, bounce.
My character has glaucoma. Yeah, there you go. Maybe my character has glaucoma. Sounds like Doc's in full focus mode.
Uh-oh. Am I not talking again? I am missing concrete. Let's go get some more concrete. That's something to frequently run out of. Oh, wait a minute. Do I have any plate in here? Yeah, let's put plates. Let's see if I can. It's interesting that the personal storage box here, for example, I'm going to put a personal storage box down here and then interact with it. Look how many stacks it can hold.
Yeah.
When you look at the storage container here, it holds one less stack. So the big storage container literally can't hold as much as the little ones can. Or does this hold bigger stacks? Like if I were to pull a screw stack over here and put down another personal storage. Says I'm missing rod. Rod in here. Yeah, got a stack of rods in there. So if I put down another one here, does the stack size matter? Like if I were to put this in there, yeah, it holds the full stack size. So these small containers, if all you're going to do is throw down a container to store stuff for temporary, you might as well put a small one down because it'll hold as much as these big ones. Which is really kind of weird to me. And they'll make some sort of excuse why that happens. I'm sure Ada will lie to us about how that's done. But anyway.
Oh, never.
No. So anyway, I'm going to store so I can deconstruct things. So, did we determine that the sink would take ore, or that the sink would has to have one level of processing,
I think it'll take everything. I think that's what we discovered.
except for leaves and wood?
Something like that.
Okay.
I thought it had to be processed, but yeah.
Yep.
Gordon says sink tastes most stuff.
Yep.
So.
And thanks for the first time chat.
But Trumpkin says can't take most ore. So how about you just try it and see what happens?
Yeah.
I used to think you couldn't. It couldn't take anything that wasn't processed, but
Right.
then we proved that wrong. So
All right. So I have storage there. I need to start this thing off. The thing about the storage container, of course, though, is that it will allow you to hook up a conveyor belt to it. So that becomes the issue there. This, in order to work, of course, I've got to get power over to it. But reinforced iron plate and rotors, I've got 37 and 6 of those, so I can go ahead and get it started off there. And which power pole do I want to pull over? Actually, just use the... All right, so that'll start building with what little supplies are over there. And so, I need 2 constructors because I need a constructor to make. Okay, I'm missing reinforced iron plate. Oh, that's okay. Just gave away all my reinforced iron plate. I am going to start setting me up here with crafting bench that I can't make because I am missing iron plate. Okay.
Trumpkin just verified you can sink ores, but not berries or nuts.
Okay, what about leaves and wood?
Okay. And Tony No Montana is here. Says morning, gents.
Morning.
Okay.
Glad to have you with us. And if it's still morning there, then you're probably somewhere over in the Americas.
Trumpkin says yes to leaves and wood.
Okay. Okay, good. Because we had it separated at one point. Remember in the mega factory, we had it all non-biomass stuff.
Yeah, we had it labeled as non-biomass, and that ended up being wrong.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so we now have the ability to
Humble
make,
Biscuit reminds you that you can sync Fix-It coupons.
and why, and what happens when that happens again? That's a Easter
That's
egg.
how you
isn't it?
unlock the Cybertruck.
Oh, that's stupid.
Yeah.
That. Okay. Anyway,
Oh no, Pika says I undercooked my steak. Now I have to go put it back on the pan. We all know a second sear is never as good.
yes.
Yeah. Oof. I'm sorry.
All right, making some rotors so I can make some assemblers to make some rotors.
And of course, Gordon comes in with the ever-present answer: steak should be raw or mildly warmed.
Oof. Oof.
Blue, as they call it.
My dad's phrase for that was, if it's not moving when it hits the plate, it's too cooked. And my mother would just go, ew. Running blood all over the plate. Okay, now let's see if I've got enough stuff to make an assembler. Okay, I'm going to put this right against the wall. And I've got an assembler that will make the reinforced iron plate. And an assembler to make the rotors.
Oh, wow. Pika Warp says I temperature checked the interior. It was a 107. Not even rare. And Greta says steak must be blue, period. Yeah.
Okay, so
The cats, by the way, are not happy that it blocked off.
that's too bad, so sad.
Yeah.
I'm not happy that they climb all over my desk during a live stream, so we're even.
I'm not happy with their extracurricular activities with anything we leave on the floor.
I understand that. That
Yes,
is not,
Grim, you are correct.
that is not something that they should be
They're
doing.
better. And Megalith is here. Hello, hello. And Great North Vibes, first time chat. Says, hi, how's stream today?
So far, so good. So far, so good. We've enjoyed having good company.
Samuel last name says, Doc's always making me late for work or school. Now he's distracting me from my 10,000 word paper.
Man, I get blamed for a lot of things. Although, one time a student came to me and said, I'm going to be late on my paper because my dog ate my homework. And I said, but wait a minute. We submit them digitally, which means you should have it on your computer, right? He says, yeah, I had it on a hard drive and the dog ate the hard drive.
Yeah.
Really? And then she produced the hard drive, and the hard drive was so badly munched it couldn't be saved.
Wow.
So it was bad. Okay, so I need to put a bunch of rods and a bunch of screws in these two containers here. So let me go get rods and screws.
And the name is YouTube is Dead Thanks TikTok. It says, "Hey Doc, love this content, man. You keep me wanting to play this maze of a game."
Fantastic. Glad to help.
And Samuel says, "Hey Professor, I'm going to be late for my paper. Doc was streaming."
Okay, now I'm being used as an excuse for a paper.
Just wait until one of your students finds you.
Yeah, and then I'll really be in trouble then.
I believe one of your students found you on one of your videos about a year ago.
Yep.
Not streaming yet. Although, we have found at least a couple people who have discovered our old access videos now, which is pretty fun.
Yeah, that is fun. And funny. Iron plate and screws there. So let's put iron plate here.
Greatest says, "I can come up with something more shocking for my country, I guess. We sometimes eat raw pork."
Okay. That's risky.
Yeah.
That's risky behavior there.
Woo.
Trichinosis, anybody? Yeah, pork generally has a parasite that is not so good for humans.
Yeah.
I'm going to end up using up all my screw production. I'm going to have to increase my screw production line. But I'm only getting a temporary line to get the plate done so I can get on to tier 3. So as soon as I get what I need from this line I'm making right here, because it's just a terribly inefficient line, I will... that one's got rods in it. This one needs screws. This one needs screws.
You know what?
What?
Interesting. So Zweibelmet is what it's called. It's a German raw pork dish.
Okay.
But I kind of looked at it and it looks like it's basically you have this spectrum of sausages, right? And it's just more on the raw side of the sausage, less cured than other sausages. So it's
Okay.
kind of on that spectrum. I see some that are just talking about Zweibelmetwurst, which is a full sausage made out of it. I'm seeing other people talking about it, just spiced raw ground pork. Anyway, cool.
Okay. All right, I gotta go either grab some more concrete from here. Do I have any in here? Yeah, I've got some in there. Good, good. Concrete to make conveyor belts. Okay. These are heavy conveyor belts. Reinforced iron plate, not quite enough.
And Humble Biscuit says the Dutch eat raw herring.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. And Andrestia says, in general, our meat is good to eat raw. Okay. Yeah, I've had some raw shark meat. And that was pretty good. Shark meat in general, I highly recommend. It's just good. And the herring is brined, though, so it's not like sushi. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Herring is... I've heard of that, and because of my Norwegian background, we had that kind of thing growing up with those of my heritage that were a little closer to their immigration time. So We have our first 7 smart plates. We need 50. I just have to keep filling the containers on the other end of this. Keep things flowing.
And oh my, fermented shark fin soup was a thing as well. I think Scandinavian.
Yeah.
Huh.
Good old lutefisk every Christmas.
Is that what it's called?
I can't remember if what lutefisk was made from, but
Something like that. Yeah.
yeah, it was a fish type dish.
Cool. Yeah, Andrestea.
You just have to plug your nose as you eat it.
When I was in Southern California for a while, I knew some deep sea divers, and they'd go out fishing for all sorts of things, and that was one of the things they shared, and it was delicious. It really was. And one of the biggest deals is it's meat wise, it's less fishy than most. It tastes more like normal fish with like normal meats with a slight fishy flavor. It was good. And Samuel says, to be fair, while waiting for my manifolds to kick up is prime homework time.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yep.
Waiting for production to get up to where it's going to really feed something. Yeah. Exactly. I love to watch the animations of the machines. Now,
looks
these
like-
machines are making 2 different things, by the way, and the animation is the same. So it's not that sophisticated, but it is, pretty
It's
neat still.
Yeah. We did have a bit of a short disconnect. Hopefully everybody's coming back. It looks like, at least on YouTube's side, it wasn't happy with us for a bit.
Okay. All right. We are now up to 11 smart plates. And frankly, I probably need to go see if I can get more screws. But I completely emptied our screw production over here, so we know the story about screws in early game.
Oh, yeah.
Can
Well,
never get enough.
you can always make yourself a chainsaw, cut down some trees, and maybe look for a hard drive.
That's
you're
true.
waiting.
That's true.
So. Volcom says, we need to fix the drying bin for the 3D printer. For now, we have a UV lamp, a broken drying box, and a bucket. Tomorrow, we can test print something.
Cool.
Very cool.
Getting
Wait.
to the point of at least test printing, that's a big leap from how far you've come.
Yep. Very, very cool. Yeah, I want to get my printer back up and running very soon. I have all the cabinetry put in. I have the shelf done for all of my filaments. And I just need to put the shelves in the cabinet because it's an old cabinet. It's going to take me a bit. Get the shelves put in so I can store all my stuff. And then rebuild the printer. So.
Well, I am looking. Okay, so let's we can pull up the map now. We just can't see anything. Yeah, there's not much to see on the map yet.
You can zoom in.
Well, yeah, but over here the list shows that I can only see the
Oh.
space elevator, the hub, and me.
Yeah.
That's not very valuable at this point. No resources are showing up on the map yet. So that map is not very valuable. So I am going to hit escape and come on over here and open up the
Oh, you're gonna use the map to.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Get up a load fairly quick now.
That's true.
Okay, so I'm going to click to drop in not the save games on the server. Save games from here, dock solo save. Actually, I'm going to cancel that and I'm going to save game here. And we are 6 hours into this game. And Garrett, Robert, mute your phone when you decide to shoot a fly.
No, that was actually the drink bottle popping. So my apologies,
Okay.
but And unfortunately, I can't mute.
Okay, Great Northern Vice says, okay, he's a YouTuber. So humble, don't know this person. Trying to respond to Humble Biscuit.
Oh, they've been talking about the. There's something I skipped. What talking about gross foods? Humble Biscuit said there's also Kasu Marzu. Google it if you want to know more, but I don't want people to lose their appetite. Explaining in chat.
Okay. All
And
right.
Great North Vibe says someone been watching a guy on YouTube called Sam O'Nella,
Salmonella. Oh,
and he has a video on illegal and banned foods. And Kasumatsu's there, which is also known as it's a maggot cheese. So
okay, so here is the map around me right now. And if I turn off the fog here, which is a lot of fog because I haven't explored a bunch of on the map yet. Let's see if we can go ahead and turn off the trying to remember how to turn off the creatures there. It's up there. Okay, creatures are now turned off. I don't need to know where my hub and me are at the moment, but I need to know my artifacts, where immersive spheres are, where those are, and collectibles, hard drives. Okay.
while you're popping that up, Charo is on YouTube. Asks, "Are you starting over?"
I did start over. Oh, I've got a cave right below where I'm creating my I think these are screws. This is,
Huh.
yeah.
I apologize, Greatest. He says I cannot accept that you put Zweibel Met and Matjes, I don't know how to say that, on a list of gross foods, Robert, or anyone else here.
Um,
I'm sure they're delicious. I should say strange foods that some people might not like. I don't know.
did you actually insult one of our users? Did you insult Gratis by putting that on a bad list? How dare you?
Never.
Never,
No.
never. Okay. Okay, so to get into this cave and get this Mercer sphere, I obviously need to go over here. So let's see if I can figure that out.
Pumpkin says you should have a wreck near you near a small pond.
Okay. A wreck near me near a small pond. Well, I do have a small pond near me. That small pond is just over here.
Sweebelmet? Metajus. Sweebelmet. Interesting. Gauntlgrim says the tornado blew up Tox Gigafactory. That's why we're starting over.
That's one way to say it. Okay. Let's see. Should be a tunnel over here. Whoa.
That might be the entrance.
Somebody's talking in the background. That mysterious voice that we never understand what's going on with it. Uh-oh.
You're stuck now. I hope you bought some building supplies.
I managed to get out of that one.
Oh, good.
Do you think it's down there? Because the entrance to the tunnel is definitely not up here. I just don't know how to get down there safely.
Nah, just drop. No, stop getting distracted. Jump. You know you gotta.
And there's a slug over there,
Yeah.
but I don't have any filters to go by that fog. There's the Mercer sphere right there.
Ah, perfect. Alexa's here. Watch out, Doc. He's trying to get you killed.
He is, yes, as normal.
Uh-oh.
Um,
Uh-oh. I think you've
well,
done it.
I'm gonna have to jump now. Okay, but I'm full health, so
Oh, and get out of the fog. Get out of the... Let's do this. No. No. No.
oh,
Charo says, cool, I've recently become a fan of factory games and a few hours into Satisfactory. I love your tips on YouTube Shorts.
thank you, thank you. Okay, so question. All my stuff is still in my bags. Okay,
Oh, you left keep inventory on. Okay. Fine.
it adopted my old settings. Okay, so I know where the Mercer sphere is. I just can't get to it. So really, I want to see where the wreck is. Really, what I want to see is where the wreck is. And do I not have the? I have hard drives showing. There's a hard drive. But no, it's not around this pond. Oh, there's a hard drive there and there. Needs power there. Doesn't need anything there. No requirements. No requirements.
Here,
Oh, it needs 20 modular frames for
we'll
that
put
one.
up your death counter there, just so we can keep track of it. If you're gonna go out exploring,
And need 15 rubber for that one.
Trump's kid says, "Well, the fall wasn't too bad."
Boy, there's plenty of them around. This one has no requirements. So I don't know how high that is. Right now, I can't really run up to something. That one has no requirements in a little pond right there.
Okay. How about you change to the other map layer, so you can actually compare it to the map in game, so you can know better when you're in the right location.
Okay.
So I think you saw the Mercer sphere that was farther east. Not that one. I think you saw that one.
This one?
Because if you look, that looks like it's the bottom of a ravine, not in a cave. And you see there's a bridge right next to it. And I think that's the bridge you jumped off of.
So how did I travel that distance?
Yeah.
Because this one's directly under me, and I was looking for this entrance to the cave right here.
Yeah, but you see how big your platform is?
Yeah.
It's half the width of your platform south of your platform. Like, it's right next to you.
Okay.
And you travel a little farther than that, yeah.
Yeah, I traveled on around here and drove. And okay.
So, yep.
Okay. So let's look at this map. And this doesn't show me where my platform is, so okay. So I'm going to go to my platform.
Yeah.
Go around the back of my platform. I could probably...
Can you fit all the way through?
Looks like I can.
I guess you can.
And so...
So you're looking for a cave entrance right in here. There it is.
And there's the Mercer sphere. all kinds of mycelia in here too.
That'll be useful for the ma'am.
The astrobiologist Dr. D.M. Mercer was the
Oh,
first to
I gotta move
recognize the
that dog
presence
back
and
down
probable
here. It's
nature
totally
of these
there.
alien
Now you can
artifacts.
see it better.
These chain-melted
Gotta give
state
it a
spheres
spot
are
of
named in
prominence
his
here.
honor. Each sphere
Make sure
emits a
we can see
unique
that.
signal. Research it in the MAM to establish locally appropriate classification and application. The fruit of this fungus-like flora does
Yeah,
not
get
seem
the
to show much
parachute.
potential for use.
Yeah.
However, its
Hey, Doc,
mycelial
you should try the
network is
parachute
worth
launcher.
further investigation.
We didn't learn about
Research
that
it in the
until
MAM to establish
we had already gotten way past
classification
it
and potential
on our last save.
application.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a bit tricky to get it to work, but it's neat.
All right.
Yeah, Icy Knight. We did a short on movement methods, I think it's called, something like that. But yeah, it's two painted beams that are, or like three painted beams that are nearly vertical, and you stand next to it and you can get sucked up and launched. Okay, Volocrim says, Robert, editing question. What software do you use for editing docs videos, and what do you recommend for a beginner? I use DaVinci Resolve. DaVinci Resolve has a free version that has 98% of the functionality. The biggest thing it locks you out of is it makes you use your CPU for the final encoding instead of using your GPU, which is not really a problem unless you're dealing with 4K footage. So I highly recommend it for people. The only other one I've used is I used the Essentials version of, what's it called? Premiere. And I grew out of that in a couple of weeks. To be honest, I would just say go directly to DaVinci Resolve. Don't deal with Fusion. Just use the edit page for most everything. And if you're at all familiar with, oh gosh, what is it called? Well, I would say get started with that. There's plenty of beginner instruction videos on it. And let me know if there's any specific questions you have. I can help you out. I'm not super good at it. You guys.
What do you mean he's not super good at it?
I can do a YouTube video just fine. I can't do any special effects. They stink. Oh, if you use Sony Vegas Pro 10 years ago, then you'll be just fine. And Blue Construction Pylon says, I love DaVinci, and hello, everyone. Yeah,
Hello.
DaVinci Resolve's great. I went ahead and paid the $300 for the Pro version, just so I could edit faster. And I'm mad because I realized later that the DaVinci Resolve keyboard, which is a $600 product, gives you a $300 coupon to get the Pro version on its own. And I would have just gone and bought the keyboard, but now I have to buy the keyboard for $600 separate. Because I really want to get my hands on the 3D mouse. Or, sorry, not the 3D mouse, the spin dial thing that comes with it. It makes editing so much easier. Yeah, $300 is definitely relatively cheap, and it's forever licensed. I've gone through 3 versions of DaVinci Resolve now, and you get everything. So I'm in Studio Resolve version 19, And version 20 just had its third beta was released a little bit ago, so they'll be releasing 20 soon, and it's awesome. So and Icy Knight says my gambling shop in mine has made him 33 diamonds now. He opened that in Minecraft in the middle of our village.
Cool.
And Ben says, hello, took me some time to get to here. I was in school learning things about Ukraine and couldn't watch good stuff like Doc dying.
One more minute, and I've got enough smart plating to finish phase 1.
Nice. The reason why DaVinci Resolve is so cheap by comparison and so powerful is because they want you to buy their hardware. They want you to buy not just the keyboard, they want you to buy the entire studio setup, which is like 30 to 50 grand, right? So, the software is excellent and it's cheap. And I want to buy the hardware. I want to need to buy the hardware.
That's the key. I want to need to buy the hardware, and I want to be able to afford the hardware. We'll get there. We're growing slowly. But we'll get there. Hopefully in my lifetime.
What?
Oh, been playing for 2 hours. Started a bit before the stream.
I like that message, though. Did you see that?
I can't remember what the message was.
Well, you can rest. And we heavily advise against it, basically.
Right. That's right. I've got to go to the space elevator to deposit my smart plates. All right. Which direction did I put the... Figure out all the brush. Boy, I'm surprised it even let me put it here with the amount of uneven terrain. There's the data.
Ben is wondering if the in-game sound is delayed again. Could anybody else confirm if the in-game sound is delayed? I really wish we had any idea where that could come from.
All right. Okay. Sealing, securing the container. I always love to watch the animation of how it starts building the conveyor, building the elevator up there.
Welcome to the Project Assembly Pioneer Progress presentation.
Okay.
Congratulations, the Phase 1 project part shipment is now ready for delivery. On delivery, Phase 1 will be completed and the distribution platform will be constructed. After completion of Phase 1, the technologies of Tiers 3 and 4 will become available in the hub.
Very cool.
Highlights are automated power, steel production, personnel transportation, and many more. Completing Phase 2 of Project Assembly is your next main objective. New project parts will need to be produced and delivered to the space elevator as you have done previously. Continue to construct, automate, explore, and exploit for a better fix-it future.
Yay, better fix-it future. All the puppies and kittens on Earth as well. Okay. Okay, so it goes up there. And delivers it up there. It starts building.
Phase 1 of Project Assembly completed. This is only the beginning of Project Assembly, the first step towards saving the day. You have performed adequately so far. Reminder, not only is Fix-It saving humanity, it is saving all of Earth, including kittens and puppies. It is statistically likely that you appreciate the continued existence of kittens and/or puppies. Continue the work for their sake. Continue the work for Fix-It. It is time to start the work on Phase 2 of Project Assembly.
All right. Now we have the delivery platform, they say. Okay. Now let's go unlock, or actually figure out what we want to do for the next level. And we can work on possibly moving the hub down to the...
So Blue asks, how's Doc enjoying solo Satisfactory?
So far, so good.
Yeah. A little
And
more
we-
relaxed.
Yeah. See, it's going to leave tier 2 flashing if I don't finish it. That's going to bug me.
Okay.
But I'm not making rotors in an automated way, so I'd rather go on. And frankly, do you think we can get to coal power before I make solid fuel for the biofuel?
Yeah. Up to you. Don't know how close there is coal. I don't think there's coal very close to you.
There might not be. Might have to go use those slow-mo conveyors to get me coal, or put the coal power generator right next to the coal miners.
Andrea says, is it really solo with all these people watching and backseat driving though?
So true. So true. So true. Well, okay. Let's unlock coal power. And it's going to take 50 rotors. So I need to automate rotors, obviously. I've got 60. Oof. So let's put 60 in there. And let's put some of those. I need 150 of those. I need only 17 more of those. And hey, we can go search for coal power.
Nice.
Yeah.
And Volcom says, Ada is so nice. I hope she'll be this nice the entire game.
Alexa's responding and says, I love the love and care that she shows for us pioneers. You performed adequately.
Okay.
Yep. All right, let's go get some more cable and oof. That door was loud. Sorry about that, guys. Need to challenge Robert to make the door close gently. So this is the first one that will run out, and it has 76 biomass left, which that's good. I think I'll just leave those running as is, and I'll continue to build out the second floor here. Actually, I think I'm going to start building from this corner over here and start building out my assembler factory. Now I'm probably going to need some more supplies, but we'll just keep going until we don't need more supplies. One thing I need to figure out is how tall an assembler is. See if I need 3 of these. See if I need 3, or I can just do with what I have. So let me just throw down an assembler here. And of course I can't because I'm missing reinforced iron plate. Let's see if I've stored any reinforced iron plate. If I haven't, I can just go make some more. Oh, I got a couple there is all. This is all biomass. And I can throw some more of the biomass back in there. Let's see if I can even make some. Yeah, I can make 53 of them. Okay, so I'll be able to make those. It says, I default to 4 since most buildings in smoke will not go above that. That's a good point. That's a good point. Redeem a Butterfinger. Yes, I'll gladly get my Butterfinger. Thank you, Trumpkin. Appreciate the gesture there while I'm hammering out some reinforced iron plate there. That should give me enough to make a few assemblers. So it appears as though the 2 things I need to make the most right now are screws. And so I need to move all the basics up here on this first floor platform. I think I'm going to go ahead and okay, Alexa. I think I'm going to go ahead and build it 4 platforms high just to give myself plenty of space here. There's not plenty of space sideways. I could build out farther this way, I assume. I need to get some solid biofuel being made as well, because the solid biofuel will keep me using the saw. Alexa says, have we thought of bringing back Kill Dock but making it more expensive, making it 5,000 instead of 22.5? That's a possibility. Although we'd love to have a save dock so that if somebody wants to save me from that dire fate, they can before I'm actually executed. That would be nice. But we'll see. I'm also going to see in power. I don't have wall poles yet. I have conveyor belt 2. Right now I'm seriously thinking that I just need to bring the ore up into the up into here and start producing things here. Quietly close the door this time. It was very loud last time.
It's a door.
Alexa is thinking that we ought to bring back Kill Dock at 5,000 instead of 2.5.
How do we kill Doc once the solo world?
Well, I'll just have to invite you to the solo world to do that. I don't know. But then again, I could keep you out, couldn't I?
You could. Look, if you're Doc Solo, we'll just say I'm one of Jabba the Hutt's minions, you know.
There you go.
Coming to capture or kill. Oh yeah, now that Alexa's here, maybe you guys will win the poll this time. So Ben did ask, do you still know the name for the beginner factory you gave? I believe it was the pasta that started it all.
Okay. This is full of biomass, and so I'm going to let it keep running. This is empty now. I'm slowly deconstructing the stuff out on the grassy knoll, the grassy areas.
Yeah. Michael Perry says, I'd love to be playing Satisfactory right now instead of working.
Well, and this one's probably idle because the biomass burner is full. Yep, it is idle because the biomass burner is full. So I will just leave it be, or I can collect all the stuff and store it, throw it in to make the solid biomass so that I can keep using the saw, which I need to put up here. Okay, so let's go figure out how we're going to do this.
And Jimbo Wimble says, I would love to be playing Satisfactory instead of studying for finals.
Yeah. Yep. Been there, done that. Although for me it got easier because after you get past the bachelor's, you get past this idea that you have to rote memorize things. And once you get past that, it allows you to write papers for a final instead of having to cram stuff in your brain and hope that you cram the right stuff in your brain to make sure that you answer the right questions to get the passing grade so that you can move on. To me, that's stressful.
Yeah.
And once you get past bachelor's, it's not, you get past that rote memorization, and master's program is quite different.
I have to wonder how university specific that is, because in my bachelor's degree, I didn't hardly take any rote memorization type tests.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So, don't know. And Charo says, I'm trying to willpower myself to go to the gym.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you what, Charo. Here's what you do. You don't need to go to the gym today. What you should do is should get changed into your gym shorts and shoes and get your bag packed. Okay, that's all you got to do. Is get ready to go. Okay, and once you're ready to go, then ask yourself if you want to go to the gym. First time chat from Lord Jinx. He says, how is it the hogs are just wandering around right next to you and not attacking you on sight?
Called peaceful mode. Yep, it's called peaceful mode, and frankly, that's just the way I prefer to play. I'd rather spend my time building than beating up on monsters.
Yeah. Icy Nice says, it's called boring.
Well, I have my choice that I can be bored. Right?
Andrew Stea said, putting them on passive mode made my game experience 10 times better, and I could still kill them for protein.
Exactly.
Lord Jinx says, I didn't know it was possible to not be fighting for your life every time a creature comes around. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, it is kind of nice.
Doc and I have said this, and we've talked about it kind of off stream. We also played Minecraft, and in Satisfactory, the creatures aren't central to the core game loop of building a factory. In Minecraft, fighting the creatures and overcoming them is central to the game loop of having a survival world. So in Minecraft, we play on hard mode. In Satisfactory, we play on passive. So,
Good explanation.
Welcome says, I like jumping around and poking the creatures.
Yeah. And I get the feeling that frankly, this creature needs to be poked.
To be honest, the only creature that I get annoyed with are the passive ones. The big elephant one, big giraffe ones.
Samples of
They
new
just get in the
alien
way.
species acquired. Notable features are blunt teeth, suggesting it is herbivorous, and a thickly plated skull and spine, suggesting it is proficient at inflicting and receiving blunt force trauma. Research the remains in the MAM to establish classification and potential countermeasures.
Ice Knight says you should at the very least play on Retaliate mode. Yeah, that's what I do. I have it on Retaliate. Otherwise, it causes all sorts of problems because Doc doesn't kill the creatures, then I walk through and suddenly they all attack. So I play on Retaliate.
What's retaliate mode? I've never heard of that before.
Retaliate mode is kind of halfway between. So if you attack a creature, they'll fight back.
Oh, interesting.
Which is, yeah.
That would be very interesting, actually.
Okay, Doc. I'm
Not
sorry,
that I
but
would do it.
Jimbo Wimble has redeemed no conveyors.
You bum. What a bum.
Well, I need to get the timer installed. You know, I'm gonna write a note to that to get the timer installed, so I can press a button and have it run on screen. And when it goes
Yeah.
away, you can use it again.
Okay. 120 per minute, and this can smelt. Can do 30 per minute, so I need 4 smelters.
Hey, Jimbo Wimble. It is 5 minutes, right? What did the description say? Oh, I apologize, Doc. You're supposed to stretch. Androstea redeemed us good stretch.
Okay.
Oh, and this must have happened while I was gone, but you have a Butterfinger. You eat it yet?
Yes, I did eat it. Oh gosh, I still can't raise my arm by
Yeah,
myself.
you're working on it. It's 5 minutes, you jerk. So at 11:07, you can build conveyors again. So for those of you who haven't been around for very long, what caused the shoulder injury? What's going on with that?
Well, I got this wrong. How do I say it? I was pulling a tarp away and I fell, and for some reason this time I put my arm out, elbow out to stop my fall, and my shoulder dislocated upward and tore out my rotator cuff. So I had a total shoulder replacement that has not gone like it should. And I should be able to raise my arm just fine by now. And so I'm visiting the doctor on Thursday. Get to hear what he would recommend as far as a solution to that. And we'll see. We'll see what happens next.
And Majin Mu says, my morning coffee would be incomplete without watching Doc. I'm procrastinating cleaning the house. My boyfriend got me into Satisfactory and showed me your channel. Now I'm hooked on both.
Okay, cool. That's good. Glad to have you with us. We've almost processed all the iron ingots, so I'm going to just deconstruct this machine next and build out my platform a little farther. Okay, that's gone idle.
Andrea said, I was not able to move my arm completely for almost a year after they removed a tumor from my cheek. They messed up my jaw, neck, and shoulder as it took all lymph nodes out of that side.
Ow. Wow. I guess I shouldn't complain because somebody else always has it worse than I do, right?
And Ben redeemed Hydrate.
Goes over here. Today we're drinking tangerine mango for my second drink of the day.
And I missed a comment a little bit ago, but Humble Biscuit was talking about passive mode. Said, yeah, it's like with Minecraft. Just play how you want to play. No need to put yourself through stuff you don't want to.
Yeah, thank you.
And Andrea followed up, said, it's more like to let you know that it can just take time. But as you mentioned, doctors first.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
the place you guys you went to for the surgery, Mom was raving about that place for days afterwards.
Yeah, it attached to this surgical place. How do I say it? Attached to the business that they do for their what type of doctor is it that does bone surgery?
Orthopedic.
Orthopedic. The ortho doctors all had gosh, why am I having a hard time with this? All the ortho doctors have this one hospital they go to from this one facility, and that one little hospital, it is just a literally little hospital. It's a single floor. It doesn't look much more than a business building, but it is, it's kind of like going to, a 5-star hotel in there. It was just really special, really neat. So,
Mom was just happy that she got a nice meal and didn't taste like hospital food.
yeah, they had a full restaurant inside, and the full restaurant serves all of the customers, patients. And so, yes, they had me stay overnight just to make sure that I didn't have any lingering infections from the surgery. And so, it's keeping me overnight. We got to eat the restaurant food instead of hospital food as you typically get, which was really neat. Okay. So each of these can smell 30 per minute, 30 per minute ironing goods. Okay. Do I have the recipe chosen? No. Copy. I got it.
You can build conveyors again.
Okay, so I can get these running.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to pull a power pole up here to make sure that I've got enough power lines.
And Ben says, Doc shouldn't visit the doctor. If he does, can't he just stay at home?
If I were a medical doctor, probably, but I'm not. All right, let's get some conveyors on here and get them functioning again.
Andrea says, having a good facility and a good team to work on you is so nice.
Yeah.
I have my cancer team in the local university hospital, which is top. They even, without knowing, served me my favorite food the evening of the surgery.
Wow.
And it says, it was all on the outside, so I could eat regular Aldo ground meals.
Wow, nice. Nice.
Okay, Ben's gonna head out for about 40 minutes.
Okay, good luck in your class.
I think he's actually hopping on the train. I
Oh,
think is what he said earlier. But, yep, see you soon. And Gauntlet Room gives the ever-present question. Why do doctors call it a practice?
because they are always practicing their trade. They never claim to be experts. So,
Yeah.
okay, so I need something making rods so I can make. Okay, so I need a constructor making rods. I need to figure out whether I need splitters in between here or not. Okay, making rods takes in 15 per minute, so each one of these smelters will service 2 of these constructors making rods. Okay, let's see how many constructors I can make.
Andrew Stea says, I would not want a theory doctor. I prefer them to have practical experience. There you go. And I think that's closer to the root word of practice. It's the same thing as practical.
Yeah, practicum, you betcha.
Mr. Saul says, hi, just wanted to say I'm really happy to see that even older people enjoy the game like I do. It's one of my favorite games.
Fantastic.
By the way, I'm from Germany.
All right, another German. Good. We have a lot of folks from the European areas. We've had them from Austria, Turkey, Switzerland, Norway.
All of
Have we seen a French?
Yes. And they specifically says, I'm French, don't hold it against me.
Ah, of course we wouldn't do that.
Yeah, and Andrew Stea said, in Europe it's after office hours, so we're coming in now. Yeah. And actually, we used to do afternoon streams for, afternoon hour time. It's 11 a.m. for us. We used to do afternoon streams, but if it's our schedule better, and there's just more people watching. So we catch a lot of U.S. people who are working from home or have the kind of job where they could just hang out while working. And then quite a few in the Europe area, they're done with work and relaxing for the evening. So
Yeah.
I never imagined that that we'd have so many people outside the U.S., but it's pretty cool.
It is really cool. Boy, this power pole situation is awful with these level 1s, Mark 1s.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I mean, I need to deconstruct this one so that I can move it.
Andrew says, I usually have a live stream on my second screen, but if I have to do actual thinking work, it's like kittens or something underwater.
Yeah. Got to be something that doesn't require too much attention.
My favorite white noise is just they're looping videos of rain sounds, which I like using, except when I'm editing videos, which really stinks because I can't. When I'm editing videos, I have to hear and see and touch the screen, which means I can't have any distractions while editing videos, which is sad.
So what are you working on now then?
Editing videos very slowly.
Very, very slowly.
No, this part's easy because it takes, because I'm doing shorts. It's more, I'm taking notes and then going in game and modeling a bunch of stuff and taking recordings, and I'm not just sitting here and editing stuff.
In other words, you're not listening for the ums and ahs. At
Right.
this point, you're being able to just create
Yeah.
the content.
And Icy Knight says, I like music while doing things. Yeah. Doc's a music guy while doing things too.
Okay, I need cable for both making splitters and for making the splitters and making more power poles. So, gotta run over here and get some cable.
Andrestea says, Andrestea focuses better with speed metal or 90s rave. Holy cow, that's some intense stuff.
No kidding. No kidding. I can't say I would be able to do that. Then again, that's just not my genre.
Doc listens to only the chillest of 70s music.
Every once in a while, I put on my Queen channel and it gets a little more ruckus.
Oh, yeah.
I thought I was making cable somewhere, but I guess I'm not.
Andrestea says, it keeps the distraction parts of my brain engaged so the focus parts can focus on work. Icy Knight approves of Queen.
Then he probably approves of Queen, Kansas, and gosh, what other channels are there? What other 70s rockers do I listen to? A lot of them. I'm surprised I don't have a cables being made somewhere. Do I have cables being made somewhere?
I wouldn't know. And Jakes is here from South Africa. Says, not sure if you have any viewers from South Africa. We've had a few, right?
Yeah, we have, actually, which is kind of interesting. No, it does not look like I have cables being made it anywhere.
Ice Knight says, sure, I know exactly who you're talking about. Mentioning Kansas. Andrestea says, Queen is awesome. 70s rock is just enjoyable music.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. And of course, I was in high school in the 70s, just to give you a note about how old I am.
Bell
And
bottoms
so-
and everything.
What?
Bell bottoms and everything.
Oh, the whole 9 yards. So
Yeah,
definitely.
yeah. Oh, Michael Perry says, well, drats. Need to leave and pay attention to work. Thanks, Doc.
You bet. Have a good day. Well, that's a very unusual looking power pole, just hanging out there.
Icy Knight says, Doc should play Fears to Fathom all 5 episodes.
Fears to Fathom, huh?
Is that because it'd be funny to see his reaction, or do you think he'd actually enjoy it? Interesting.
I start up Fears to Fathom, and my ears.
It generally looks like mostly a more walking simulator. I don't see any combat.
Interesting.
But yeah, it's a casual adventure game, they call it. But it's definitely a horror game.
Okay.
So, yeah. Well, we'll have to take a look at it.
Oh, okay. I'm running back up here to my platform so I can build some more of the things I need.
JC, we're gonna pass on that one, okay? Um, Jimbo Wimble says, if we're talking about getting Doc to react to things, him reacting to Let's Game It Out would be interesting.
Done that before.
Yeah, unfortunately, Let's Game It Out uses licensed music. So getting it, if he reacts to it, the stream gets hit. So unfortunately, we can't really do that.
Well, we can turn his. Can we turn his volume off?
We could, but that kind of ruins the whole shtick, right?
Okay.
But
All right. Let's see what we can do about
JC, my name is Robert. I'm Doc's editor. But no, we're gonna skip that topic. Must be a European thing. Sure. ND Dree has a question for you. He says, "Hey Doc, I'm stuck at the beginning of tier 3. Any
Okay.
tips on what items to prioritize?"
Oh dear. You know, I am. What tier am I at? Full power. I'm beginning of tier 3.
Yeah.
Watch. What I'm prioritizing is coal power because, frankly, I got just enough biofuel power that hopefully will last long enough to actually collect it, to actually keep things going until I get to the coal. So I prioritize coal power because coal generation is just so far superior to the biofuel that you can get rid of your biofuel plants and just go get some coal power and keep your grid running for quite a while. So
The big thing you have to learn with coal power is how to handle water. It's the first introduction of liquids to the game. And so take your time and learn that principle because you're going to have to do liquids a lot in the future. And Josh Yeager, I agree. Yeah, main focus is stable, automated power. It's the first time you have fully automated power in the game. Did they get jogged?
well, they are jogged, yes,
Oh, okay.
because these are thin and these are quite a bit wider. This is almost full platform wide, and these are not.
Oh, okay.
And so I've got them too close together because I can take this splitter and get it into there. But once the outport comes here, I've got this that needs to actually be merged. And on a merger, there's only one import. I mean, there's 3 imports, only one outport, but I need it to go down the line. So I've badly configured this one right from the get-go.
Oh, okay.
So
And Redstone Ninja does note that we could mute the video and turn on subtitles to watch.
okay. Mute the video on when playing the video
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
put on subtitles, which are hopefully accurate,
Yeah.
depending on how his diction is when it tries to read it. What I hate is, watching not a YouTube, but watching a video on like Netflix, a full production video,
Uh-huh.
and they get the audio wrong, the closed captioning wrong. That
Yeah.
gets to be really irritating.
By the way, something I discovered on my TV, Doc, that might be helpful for you guys. You have that frequent thing of the action scenes are way too loud, and then the quiet scenes are too quiet, so you have to have the subtitles on the whole time.
Yep.
There is a feature on my TV that specifically rebalances the audio, that brings the quiets up and then takes the louds down a little bit. Yeah,
Yep.
it's probably on your TV as well because they're both Roku's. So might enable that. See if it's not enabled.
See if
that
that helps.
might be helpful.
Volume balancer.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, caffeinated. He says, Hope stream's going well. I'm calling in from urgent care right now.
Ooh,
I hope you're all right. Yeah, he messaged that he mistook the days yesterday. Thought it was still Sunday, so we didn't see him yesterday. But
okay.
I hope you're doing okay. Jimbo Wimble said before I dropped my first board about a coal power plant with like 48 plants. I'm so proud of how it was set up too. That's a pretty big coal power plant. He says, well, I'm not dead, that's for sure. Just been dealing with an exciting 52-hour migraine.
That
that's
is
the
not cool.
That's the worst. Andrew Stea said there's a video from someone showing how to build a pretty neat coal plant. Using that now each time. It's a perfect with 36 coal plants on 4 mines and 12 water extractors. Very
Neat.
cool. We also did a short on a much smaller coal plant using just one mine, just kind of a starter coal power. But yeah, you certainly need a nice big one like that. You know, you never really miss the hover pack until it's just not there anymore.
Oh, yeah,
And you're just trying to get everything in the right spot.
exactly.
Have you made a chainsaw yet, Doc?
I have made the chainsaw and I haven't made any solid biofuel.
You need to rotate that one.
No, I don't.
Oh, because it's... Hmm? Okay.
Do I have one less machine than I need? One more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I created an odd number of machines. Yeah, I need to go make some solid biofuel. I'm going to run out of power here shortly because all of my biofuel things have been cut off from any new supply.
Oh, no. Well, it's been a little while, so I'd like to plug our Discord again. We've
Okay.
been building this Discord for a while. We have like 2,500 people in it right now. It's a lot of really good people there, and one of the best things about it is how helpful people are. So if you're stuck on your build, you're still working on something, or if you just want to show off something, you're working on or you've completed that you're really proud of, share it there. There's always people there to encourage you, help you out, and just hang out and have some fun. There have actually been a lot of people who've been streaming fairly regularly there on Discord and just hanging out and playing together. So I really recommend you hop on the Discord and come have some fun. We just yesterday had a showcase where we showed off nearly 50 images of stuff people have built both in Satisfactory and Minecraft. And we do that kind of at the beginning of every month. So yeah, come join us and have some fun.
Okay, so you see what I'm doing, Robert? One smelter gives enough for 2
Okay.
assemblers.
Oh, so that's why you've been rotating them?
Yep.
Okay.
So every other one has to rotate.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
So now I can go ahead and put the splitters here to feed each smelter. Now I can put the conveyors here.
Oh, Mark II conveyors.
Yeah, Mark II conveyors is right. And I need more reinforced iron plate again.
Are you still making that by hand, or do you have something making it for you?
You know, I'm not quite sure at this point whether I do. I don't think I have one making it. Which means that I could very well. Okay, still has 140 biomass in there. Oh, and here, this is making cable, so yeah, I've got plenty of cable being made.
Okay.
I don't have any constructors running. I don't have any assemblers running. So the assembler that I did have up here making it, I deconstructed when I deconstructed the smart plating line. And now I need smart plate for the next, I need 1,000 smart plate for the next objective. So I deconstructed it a little bit on the early side. But I'm trying to create balanced factories because, my heavens, hard to get enough, especially with screws, and that's what I'm concentrating on at the moment. So let's go make some smart plating.
Well, Doc, I need to ask for a file from the server if you could.
Okay.
I need a copy of the world.
Which one?
The Gigafactory.
Alrighty.
If you can give that to me, I'd appreciate it.
I think because this one doesn't see, it doesn't see you.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the one that's the oddball, can't get on the network, so I'm gonna have to go the latest server save, right?
Yeah.
And let me get it to you. I have to put it in YouTube videos at the moment.
And I have access to the YouTube videos folder.
All right. Well, it's on the YouTube videos folder. It's just it's syncing right now, getting up to the cloud. So
And what's it called?
it's called Release 1.0 Live Autosave 1 Continue .save.
Perfect.
Ash,
Archon says, "Wow, your son's asking for the whole world. Doesn't ask for much, does he?"
that's an old one. 5 at 12 a.m.
5 sounds good to me.
Why did it decide to do that one? Okay.
You know, Doc, I have to say our computer to person ratio and monitor to person ratio is very good in this room.
Yeah, the fact that I've got 2 and you've got 3.
I've only got 2 computers over here.
Oh, only 2?
Yeah, only 2.
Okay.
But you know. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, there it is. Good. So with those people that are here, where are you guys at in your worlds? Are you guys planning on doing something new for 1.1? Are you kind of between worlds right now, or are you still working on your previous set?
Rustia says she has too many discords.
Yeah. Jang asks, is Doc planning his own solo gigafactory on this playthrough?
Actually, I'm going to focus on modular factories in this world. So it won't be a single gigafactory on this world, no. We just have to figure out how to get transport between the various places that need the product being produced at each modular factory. So.
Oh, you know what it's going to be. It's going to be drones. Because it's always drones.
There's always drones.
Alexa says, I'm working on a 1 terawatt rocket fuel plant with friends, saved without mods, and starting my own news factory.
Okay, cool. Cool. So I'm going to create some more iron plate here.
Redstone Ninja says, I'm still doing my first playthrough.
Yeah.
About to make a huge power plant by turning the oil islands in the west all to heavy oil residue and turning that into diluted fuel. And the resin will go to plastic and rubber.
Uh-huh.
Cool.
Yep. Waiting on 1.1 stable to release. Yeah, absolutely. We tried installing 1.1 just to do the solo dock and could not get it to load properly. So I'm surprised that it's buggy on load, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. So. I'm going to go finish my coal power one. And see, the thing is, I'm unlocking things faster than I can build them. And that's how you get. I mean, the first playthrough, it was, how do I get things unlocked? Okay, I have to do this, this, this. It took me a long time to unlock things. Now I find that it's literally so easy to unlock things that it's you just go do it. There's the button. Now we have to listen to Ada again.
Milestone reached. Power production can now be fully automated by burning coal, which has been added to the resource scanner. Water is also necessary to run the coal-powered generator and will require a network of pipelines to be transported from a water source. To assist with locating and identifying water, Fixit has compiled this guide. Water is a somewhat reflective liquid and it may have thick vegetation
Icy
growing
Knight
nearby.
says, well, I
To
just
test if
threw
something
every
is water,
possible
try
item in this
touching it.
gas
If it is
station
not
in
solid
Fierce to
and does not
Fathoms on the
corrode your
floor.
suit, it is probably
Very good
water.
use of time. I feel like Josh from Let's Game It Out now. Sad there wasn't an achievement for it.
And the great artist responds, blab, blab, blab. Or blah, blah, blah.
To be honest, I've come to dislike achievements as a system.
Yeah, that was the initial gamification, you know?
Yeah, I played World of Warcraft quite a while ago, before achievements existed. And there were a lot of things that I did because I enjoyed doing them that weren't directly rating or whatever else. It was like, oh, I want a really cool mount. Where would be a really cool mount for me to get? And I went out and I found a mount and I got it. And I enjoyed getting that mount. Then achievements came out and I loved getting tons of achievements. And I became a bit of an achievement hunter. And there for a while, I really prided myself on having a really high achievement count compared to most people. And it was a lot of fun. But the truth is now that after a bit, you'd find yourself doing really dumb stuff that's just a waste of time just to get that little dopamine hit of the little toast that pops up that you got an achievement. It's like, eh. So, I guess I generally don't like achievements anymore. It takes you out of the world of I'm playing the game because I'm enjoying the game, and now it's I'm playing the game even past my enjoyment. So big number go up.
All right. I need to make some more platforms underneath the hub, which I just replaced in a new spot. And all my concrete is here. Slowly being created. Very slowly, oddly enough. And there's another mine over here, so guess what? We could probably...
Argon says it's the monkey brain taking over.
Monkey brain, huh?
Yep. Although I have to be a little bit more descriptive here to show how bad I was back in the day.
Uh-oh. Personal story coming.
Yep. I'm pulling it up. Let me find the... Nope. Nope. What's the old version? This was such a bad grind that they took it out of the game.
So what are you showing?
I'm looking it up real quick.
Okay.
There we go. That's what it was. Okay, so I used to play World of Warcraft a lot back in the day. I left in Cataclysm, which is forever ago, and I played it a tiny bit since, but never to any level. But what basically made me quit the game? You taking a break or stretching?
I'm just stretching.
Oh, okay. What made me quit the game was getting the Insane in the Membrane achievement. Okay. That achievement is insane and stupid to do. Okay, so first thing you have to do is become honored with a group of pirates called the Bloodsail Buccaneers, which requires you to go to a friendly town full of goblins and kill a whole ton of them. Okay, making you hated with all the goblin reputations. There's like 4 of them. Okay, that takes only about an hour. But then you have to go and then you have to go kill one specific goblin there for another couple of hours to make it work. But anyway, have to get honored with the Bloodsail Buccaneers. And then you have to somehow, without making the Bloodsail Buccaneers hate you, get all that reputation back from all the goblins. Only way to do that was to grind something like 50,000 reputation points for 7 points apiece by killing this one type of NPC somewhere else in the world. That takes probably 100 hours worth of work. It's dumb. Okay, so I spend about 100 hours killing the same exact like dozen characters over and over and over again to get back that reputation. So that's the first step. The second part is you then have to be exalted with Ravenhold. Ravenhold is a rogues only faction. I don't play a rogue, so I had to level up a rogue up to maximum level at that, or up to level 60 at that point. This max level was 80. Had to get up to level 60. Then I had to run the same exact dungeon hundreds and hundreds of times to pickpocket enough junk boxes to be turned in, to be handed over to my other character, to be turned in to get that reputation. That again took me a couple of months to do. Then there's the final requirement, and this is the one that was removed in Cataclysm because they got rid of the entire faction because the entire faction was worthless, and one of the only things that you could ever do is turn in Librams, I think, right? That you could only get from a dungeon called Dire Maul. It was a dungeon that nobody went to, that was out in the middle of nowhere, that kind of sucked, but I ran that dungeon hundreds and hundreds of times to get enough of the Librams to turn in at the end with Chandralar to get exalted with Chandralar. I spent like about 9 months getting that achievement, and it was stupid, and I shouldn't have done it. I probably put in more play time getting that one achievement that Doc has played in all of Satisfactory to get that one achievement. And so my character is The Insane. That's the title you get for it. And I stopped playing the game, and I hate grinding, and I will never grind again. I need to do things as long as I live, because I've done it. I'm done grinding. I don't like achievements.
Wow.
Archon Adriel says, Dire Maul's an old raid turned into a dungeon, if you recall right. Yeah, you recall correctly. Anyway.
By the way, now I now have fuel for my claw, so notice the clarity that it provides.
Very nice, very nice. Well, Doc, either... Well, let me check my video settings real quick. I think 1.1 will be good for our Gigafactory.
Yes, it will be good for a Gigafactory, definitely.
Because performance-wise, I'm flying around the Gigafactory. Now, it is on my local PC with 0 problems whatsoever.
Wow, okay. But then again, well, we haven't had it on my PC for a while, but I never had problems. We just got the server because we wanted to improve your guys' performance as you worked with me, you know?
Yeah, but in the last, 2 weeks, I went from just having stuttering issues and freezing issues to I can hardly log in, you know? So it definitely got worse. But...
Definitely. Definitely got worse.
Archon says, I haven't been there in ages in Dire Maul. Because it does suck, and you get lost, and you get to another dungeon part of it. Yeah, they did some weird stuff in Vanilla where they'd have raids hidden, or dungeons or raids hidden inside of other dungeons or raids several times. And Ben is back. He says, you're right, I got on the train. Now it's 6:52 p.m., so it'd be weird. So class would be weird.
Oh, 6:50 p.m. Sorry. I'm just going to have leaves go through the foundation there.
Alexa says, my solo game will have mods when 1.1 stable comes out. But nothing cheating-wise, just building, like more walls, foundations, stairs, with hard
Right.
mode,
Like the
with
one
animals attacking and losing inventory. And the only cheating part will be getting a hover pack early to build your base proper. Do you have enough power early on to support a hover pack? I mean, from what I remember, at least from our update 8 version, it took some doing to make sure we had enough power early on. It takes 4 biomass burners to run one. That's funny. 100 megawatts. Yeah. So Icy Knight has been trying to unlock hidden achievements in this game, Doc.
Uh-huh.
And so he's bought and eaten 50 chocolate bars.
He's what?
He's purchased 50 chocolate bars in this game, and they're making him go super fast, running all over the place. So
What game is this?
it was what'd you call it? It's the game he recommended to you. It's supposed to be a horror game, but he's just messing around in it. It's called Rights to Fathoms or something like that.
Right, yeah. I know what you're referring to. I just can't
Yeah.
remember the name of it.
Fears to Fathoms. Fears to Fathoms.
Okay, vehicular transport. Do we need a tractor or a truck station? No, we need basic steel production first. Or an enhanced xenobasher. Oh, boy, it's hard to choose here.
And Ben says, well, since I got home, I'm eating dinner. Smashed potatoes with sausages and corn.
I am going to select this milestone because I can go ahead and fill that one pretty quick.
That sounds like a delicious dinner, Ben.
Yes, it does. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh.
What?
All my electricity is down.
Oh.
They finally ran out. They were all full, but I'm going to make a solid biofuel line. That makes 60 per minute. It makes it out of biofuel. Okay.
And Satisfactory is here and waving. Hello, hello.
Satisfactory, huh? That's a pretty cool name.
Yep, Satisfactory was here during the Pass It On event.
Cool.
Redstone
Okay.
Ninja says that's why I like control panels to help with the power outages.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna grab all the fuel that I can and fill everything up with the best fuel that I have. And just keep them going for a while longer while I build a solid biofuel line. And then I'll these things. Okay. Wood there. Leaves there. And leaves there. Now, do we have to turn... We don't have to turn on each one of these machines individually. Just turn the lever on the last one, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, we'll find out real quick how bad it's going to be.
Yep.
I missed those.
Satisfactory says, popped in to say I love your YouTube shorts and was gutted when you got disconnected from the Pass It On.
Oh, me too. Me too. It just about brought me to tears because we were just having so much fun.
Yeah.
All right.
We did end up finishing the build on our own private world, and so we're putting out a short episode that'll be coming out, I think, day after tomorrow, kind of showing what we were intending to build and kind of giving a review of the 3.5 days we were without power and talking about that and commiserating with some of our members hanging out with us.
Yep. All right.
And Satisfactory said, cool, looking forward to that. Hope you can sign up for the next one. There's no confirmed date yet.
Yeah, that. I think based on what I saw afterwards, the scale of what we tried to build was a little bit off.
A little bit big.
Yeah, I think we need to possibly do. Yeah. Now that we've been through it once, we've got a lot a lot more experience in our decision-making process.
Yeah.
And
I
of
don't know,
course,
I still really liked it.
I did too. I did too. Okay, it looks like everything's running again, so we're cool. I do have a biofuel plant over here that could use some fuel. There we go. And this one is still full of fuel because it's still has a constructor that's full of wood, but that's fine. We'll keep going. All right, let's go continue build. What was I missing up here? Can't remember what I was missing up here.
Well, Doc, I'm currently playing around with the AutoConnect blueprint stuff.
Uh-huh.
I found a little bit of a weakness,
Uh-oh.
or at least something that we're gonna have to change in our building of blueprints in the future.
Okay.
Can I show off my screen for a second?
Are you able to do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go do that.
Yeah, so I have, this is just an old blueprint that I'm using for testing. And you notice I am on experimental and I'm in the build mode default auto connect. And so what we have is we have the blueprint ending with the mergers out here. Ooh, and I just hitched. And the mergers out here and splitters in the center like that. And what happens is this default auto connect isn't going to connect because there's nothing for it to connect between the two. We have to build a conveyor between the two here. It's not going to auto connect it. What we would have to do is we would have to have it built into the blueprint this right here. Right? And if this was built into the blueprint and this was built into the blueprint like, like that over there,
Uh-huh. Then it knows to go conveyor to conveyor.
then it could know to go conveyor. It doesn't know how to connect from, splitter
From
to
a
splitter,
splitter to
merger to
splitter.
merger. So
Okay.
that's a bit of a weakness that we're gonna have to.
Conveyors and pipes auto-connect.
Right.
Mergers and splitters don't.
Right.
Okay.
So that's something we're gonna have to work around, but
And that's something we need to put in a tip.
I believe so.
All right, make it so, Dano.
Satisfactory says the event is superb fun. Nobody takes it too seriously. We all just enjoy the builds, seeing how people achieve things, etc., and miss out on lots of sleep. Yeah.
All right.
Uh-oh, Doc.
Uh-oh, what?
No conveyors for another 5 minutes.
That was the next thing I needed to connect. Alexa, here's... I'm going to stretch. Oh, you need to get me my timer.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, thanks for the stretch, because, boy, I'm a little stiff this morning. My wife had me working too late last night.
Did you make some good progress on the electrical?
We got all the electrical box in the in-law suite,
Oh, good.
so they're ready for pulling wire to them.
Cool,
And
cool.
so now we're going to start on the living room and guest bedroom
Uh-huh.
and living room, guest bedroom, and utility room. Basically, that whole area and where the stairways is and such. So, okay, playing screen for a moment there.
Yep. Now you can come back.
You got a dock desk counter there that I didn't notice.
Yep.
Okay.
And Ben wants to know when we're gonna have a no pipes instead of just no conveyors.
Well,
Maybe we should just add it.
we can let people, do no pipes right now.
There you go, no pipes, guy.
Okay. Blank screen again for a moment.
Yeah, and I actually got it on this end too. Yeah, when the power went out, we had some bunch of funky things happen with our electronics. So
Blank screen again. I wonder if the NZXT box or the HD60 box, whichever one we were plugged into, has got a is starting to have issues.
yeah,
Because I don't think it's my monitor.
yeah, they're both here, and they're both pretty warm, and they're covered in dust, and they have little teeny vent holes. So might want to blow them out and maybe get them a rack to stand on so they aren't on top of each other.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, definitely not on top of one another. If they need if they need to, yeah,
Yeah.
if they need to cool off. Okay.
Yeah, the stream also goes blank, which is not good.
Okay. Well,
It should have only been like a second each time.
yeah,
right.
it goes off and then comes right back on. 1 to 2 seconds, probably good to be generous.
Ben says we'll use the no pipes when the water part is left at the coal plant. Ready to tip all the water. And Redstone Ninja says, I just calculated my new power plant, and just to get to turbo fuel, I need 518 refineries. Woo-wee.
Okay.
And Solar Flare is here. Hello.
Yellow solar flare.
So it will power 320 generators, making 200,000 megawatts.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Or 200 gigawatts.
And Ben from YouTube, who's on Twitch, asked Redstone Ninja, who's on YouTube, if he uses all the crude oil on the planet for that plant.
Oh, it sounds like Mama Doc has gotten on her mower. She's driving by the studio.
Yeah.
Can I do conveyors now? Just say yes.
One more minute. And Manfred says, skip the turbo fuel, go straight to nitro rocket fuel. Use the awesome shop to buy anything needed for the man.
Well, I'm gonna go check, because now that I've moved the hub, I should also move or put down a. Did I put down a MAM up there? I don't think I have a MAM yet. So I'm going to cluster a MAM over here, along with the hub here.
And Redstone
front of my
Ninja
office.
says, only using the oil on the islands in the west.
I need wire. Okay. What did he say?
He's only using the oil, the island oil off the coast in the west.
Ah, okay. And he's getting 200 gigawatts out of that? Wow.
200,000. Yeah.
200,000 megawatts is 200 gigawatts.
Yep. I started speaking before my brain caught up to it.
Okay. All right, so ma'am. Okay, let's see what we have. We only need one of those, so we can research that. We don't have. Okay.
And
Analysis of hog research. Oh, look at the tree down here.
There we go.
The remains researched belong to an organism
Get some
now
good stuff.
dubbed the fluffy-tailed hog. It has many characteristics that would likely classify it among the Suidae family were it native to Earth.
Chimi
Hot
says, thanks
remains
for all
can
your
now be
amazing
made
tips,
into
Doc and
alien
friends.
protein, and
Coming
additional
back for
research
1.1
may
has been
reveal
easier than
options for
ever. Keep up
improving
the great
Pioneer
work,
safety during
pioneers.
exploration.
You don't ever hear Ada, do you?
No, I'm sorry. Am I talking over Ada?
You've done that frequently.
I apologize.
That's okay. It's just I was thinking, well, he must not hear her.
No, I don't hear your in-game sounds at all.
Okay. Okay, we have a Mercer sphere, so we can missing materials is a Mercer sphere. I can go pull the Mercer sphere that we collected out of storage there.
Okay.
Mycelia, I have mycelia. So I'm
Yeah.
going to go research that branch and nutrients. We've got 2 of these 3 already, so I'm going to go grab some stuff out of my storage over here.
Well, there's definitely some issues going on in 1.1.
Yeah.
The factory has gone completely dark now.
Oh. Oof. Meaning the lights aren't on?
Right.
Okay. It looks like you have to have. I've got plenty of barrel nuts. I've got plenty of those, but I have to have barrel nuts and all also in order to research brands. So I have to have all 3 of those. And I just haven't run up against any barrel nuts yet. So
Yeah,
mycelia,
yeah.
I do have mycelia, so I'm going to research that. Okay. Ada's talking.
The mycelial networks of these fungi possess unusually resilient hyphae, which show potential for making a strong but lightweight natural fabric. Additionally, it has similar medicinal and pest control applications to mycelia on Earth.
Okay. So, I've got plenty of mycelia to do this if I had enough of the other stuff, but I don't have any of that with me right now. I could also make a gas obelisk if I could make a regular obelisk, and that's probably this here. Okay. All right, let's look at the alien technology and let's do research on this one here. Mercer spheres, alien technology. Okay. She's talking.
Mercer sphere analysis completed. Established local planetary signature of massage 2, AB, B, in the local Mercer sphere signals, allowing them to be tracked by the object scanner. Mercer spheres can also transmit data between specific.
Witness our scripture, witness our windows. Have you come to defile our shrine? Sing us a song.
Arguing the existence of intelligent alien life. While Fixit has figured out the method, all of the original data is still untranslatable.
Okay, interesting. She's done talking. The next thing we can unlock, but we have to find Sam, is we have to find Sam and be able to use it yet, so we can't unlock that. Another Mercer sphere. And we're fairly close to unlocking the dimensional depot there. So, okay. Oh, okay, so up here at the top, we have to find some SAM to unlock making SAM scannable, and then it'll unlock a couple other things down here. Okay, and we need to find other creatures and Hatcher. Is this the egg thing that gets those flies, Robert? The Hatcher?
I think so. Yes.
Okay. All right, very good then. I'll go put away the stuff that I don't need anymore. Okay. Enhanced asset security. I wonder what that is. I need 1,500 of those.
Enhanced asset security? That's a weapon.
Okay. And I need rods. I need
Solar Player
600
says, yes, it's the flies, and I hate them.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't like those flies either. Don't like the crickety sort of sounds they make.
Oh, really? You don't like that?
Don't like that at all.
I haven't noticed it. I'll have to listen for it.
Yeah, they make a chirpy sort of sound.
Okay, we got a question from Chimi.
Okay.
It says, what's your biggest suggestion for early game efficiency? I always end up running low on screws and other elementary parts, mostly due to space and limited per minute ore.
Okay. What was the first part of that question?
What's your biggest suggestion for early game efficiency?
Unlocking tiers as quickly as you can. Because all of this stuff is going to be deconstructed and moved up to the platform. And what you want to do is, before you have to build much of this infrastructure, you want to be able to build the platform so you can put it in its final place. Splitters and mergers become a critical item for efficiency. Like, for example, what I'm building up here is going to be a screw factory. It's built on one node, and it's going to maximize the amount of product that I get from that one miner. So with the whole idea here then is to get, as quickly as you can, get the things that make you efficient. And the splitters, frankly, make you efficient simply because all of these machines create more than what their downstreams can use. And if you're restricted to getting one machine to one downstream machine, like an assembler or a constructor, in this case, I'll just show you. One mine can handle 4 smelters. And at the very beginning, before you have splitters, you can only connect one mine to one smelter. And then one smelter can handle 2 assemblers to make rods. So you're restricted to having one smelter to only one assembler. So the minute you have splitters, suddenly you can have one mine that feeds 4 smelters, that feeds 8 constructors to make rods. And then, of course, you make more rods than you need for the screws. And you can have multiple machines making screws. So instead of one miner to one smelter, to one constructor making rods, to one constructor making screws, you now have the ability at the end to have multiple machines making screws. A lot more efficient. And
Jughead brings up the idea that you can always get alt recipes. He likes the iron screws one, which, if I remember correctly, eliminates the need to make iron rods first.
exactly, yes.
And then there's other alternate recipes which allow you to make stuff without using screws at all, which is nice.
But that comes with hard drive research, and it's a little bit hard when you walk so slow to be able to find those hard drives very
Agreed.
efficiently. So you kind of need to at least get the blade runners. What I want to do, at least get the blade runners to increase your efficiency when running.
Yeah. And Phi944 subscribed with Prime.
Fantastic. That helps the channel a lot.
It really does.
Keep it up. That helps the channel a lot.
And I have to say, guys, I do appreciate whenever you guys do subscribe or donate, even if it's a Prime subscription that doesn't cost you anything, because that's directly what goes into Doc's budget for buying new games to play, to upgrading and maintaining our infrastructure, to, for me personally, paying me enough that I can continue working here and editing the videos. So for me, it makes a big difference, and I really appreciate all you guys, even if you're just watching. But
I do provide most of the content, but I don't take a paycheck
yeah,
from the channel. I do pay Robert so that he can live, but I don't personally take a paycheck. So,
yeah. And we're hoping that eventually this will be a nice retirement income for Doc.
yep, we're working on it.
So, and
All
Vi then says, "I like your YouTube videos. I don't get much time on Twitch, so it's nice to catch you on. Glad to support and thanks for your work."
You're very welcome, and thanks for the kind words. Okay, so
Chimi says, "You guys are on Twitch as well?" Yes, we
Yes.
are. In fact, let me go ahead and link you guys. We have been streaming on Twitch for about 5 months now, but here's a link for both our Twitch and our YouTube channel. If anybody's only ever seen us on one side, you guys can watch on whatever platform you guys prefer, but we stream for both.
for about what? We stream for both, you said. Okay.
Yeah, both YouTube and Twitch.
And frankly, right now we have 47 people watching us on YouTube and 46 people watching us on Twitch.
Wow.
So we're about 50-50 now.
Uh-huh.
And frankly, 93 people watching us at once is
That's pretty good.
kind of a high point for us.
Yeah.
I mean, during the 1.1 build, we had as much as 120 watching us, but that was 1.1 build when there's a lot of interest and things were just growing then. But now with things settling down, 100, getting 95 to 100 is pretty awesome for all of you guys who are watching right now. It's incredibly appreciated. Okay, so let's see if we can hook up some power to these things and get... Yeah, let's get some power. These things are power hungry. I hope we don't bust the grid with them.
Oh, the cats have taken to meowing outside.
Yeah, I can hear them.
Yeah, they're sad.
Yeah. Their food and water's in here too, so they're probably getting a little bit thirsty and hungry.
You know what? They're cats. They can go hunt.
Yeah, find more skinks to eat, right?
Yeah. We need to seal up the side door.
Well, we need to get a side door. How about that?
Yeah, how about that? Yeah. Actually, to be honest, I don't know where. Never mind. It's springtime. That's when they all start coming out of the woodwork. But these the cats are what, 6 months old now, 7 or 8 months old.
I'm having trouble figuring out what. I'm having to use so many poles. I'm having trouble figuring out what poles can go do what.
Trumpkin says cats don't care if there's a closed door; they want to be on the other side.
That's about it.
I think you're right. Bai says, I'm trying to plan my radio control unit factory right now. That's on the complex side.
No kidding. See, I can't figure out which poles are even have power.
Does any of your stuff have power?
What I hate with it, without having without having the blade runners, you can't even jump up on top of a
Oh, yeah.
one of those. Looking for the ladder. Oh, come on. There's a ladder on these. I know there's a ladder. Oh, there it is on that side. Okay, so... Oh, come on. Stay up there. Okay, so I should be able to hook up that power line to here. That power line should go to the next pole. I should be able to hook up that power line to here.
And Kevin Vanderberg says, I'm currently building my late game factory off the oil coast. Building my train network first. You helped a lot just watching your shorts. Thank you.
Fantastic.
And Chimi has found us on Twitch and has subscribed with Prime. Thank you very much.
Okay, that one's hooked up.
Hey, Humble Biscuit, where is the Doggo Cave?
Doggo Cave.
Yeah. I've heard of it before. There's a pair of Blade Runners out in the world somewhere. You just have to go travel there and get it. But it'll allow you to get it today as opposed to waiting for quite a bit of time. And Chimi says, you guys deserve the recognition. Let's get those subs up.
Thank you.
He says, close to the West oil field. Ah, okay, that'd be a decent hike. And HD Cummins is here. Says, wow, quite the progress from yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, this power pole has power,
Okay.
but the smelter doesn't know what to make. That's why it's red.
Blade Runners only take quartz in frames. How close is quartz to where Doc is? I don't remember. Oh, they ruined the computer. That's the difference. And Chimmy wants you to scan a hard drive, Doc.
I don't have a hard drive to scan.
Gotta find the hard drive.
I'm sorry. No power. Okay, so this one has no power.
So Alexa says, go find a hard drive, Doc.
She's employing the simple solution, obviously. Obviously. Look, HD Cummins was a first time chat too. That's cool. Coming out of the woodwork here. Yeah, keep those subscriptions coming for Twitch and members coming for YouTube, because that really helps us out. That little $2.99 a month really adds up after a while. So
It does.
it just means, all we need is a few more people to keep it up, and we'll be doing great.
And apparently quartz is actually fairly close to you, Doc. And
Did you
quartz
look-
will allow you to do signs and a bunch of other fun stuff. Specifically,
Okay.
make Blade Runners with quartz. So. And Chimi just gifted a tier 1 sub. And it went to Spongelet.
Okay.
Thank you. There you go, 10 out of 10. I appreciate it.
Okay, all of those are green or yellow, one of the two. All those are green or yellow.
And
Okay.
Sigmoid Function just subscribed with Prime as well.
Super.
Thank you very much. I don't think I've seen you chat before. Thanks for being here.
Sigmoid function. You're a mathematician, aren't you? All right, we have these all producing rods now. So we have rods building up inside the machines. Next thing we need to do is get them producing screws so we can be a little bit screwy.
And Epic Louder just subscribed with Prime as well.
Fantastic. All right, keep it up, keep it up. Really
And
helps.
Sigmoid Function says, I watch a lot of the reels and TikToks and such. And yes, I'm a computer science professor.
Professor even. All right.
Doc
Well,
likes
to
his
a-
fellow professors.
To fellow professors, yes. Okay, we have a constructor making screws here. We need 10 rods per minute and it produces a bunch of screws. So we need 10 rods per minute. And these can produce how many rods per minute? 15 per minute. So 3 of 15 to 10, which basically means the common multiple of that, it would be the 60. So 60 to 6 machines. So 4 machines. 4 machines feeding 6. Yes, 4 machines feeding 6 of those. Okay. And what do our conveyors do at this point? This conveyor can move up to 120. So, okay, good. So we can collect all of these and feed them into a single row of 6 of those. Okay. So 4 of those will feed 6 of those, and luckily we've got a multiple of 4 in here. We created 8 of those. So these 4 will feed 6, and those 4 will feed 6 more. So ultimately we'll have 12 machines making screws. So let's merge these, and oh yes, we've got pipelines open. We have to have pipes to do coal, so that makes sense. Okay, so I'm going to merge these, get these merging down the line.
I guess I have to add the no pipelines reward now.
No, that wouldn't be nice.
HD Cummins says, that's the thing I love most about this game. You have to use your brain, not just for hand-eye coordination.
Yeah, exactly.
Alessandra, I think I'm going to make it a separate thing, no conveyor versus no pipelines.
Okay.
They're both pretty cheap anyway.
We can hope they stay cheap. Haha.
I've actually raised the prices on a lot of these, just to make them a little bit less common. Oh, it's still 2,000. Okay, no conveyors is 2,000. It's cheaper than Kill Doc, but you know. We still get a Kill Doc every stream when it's available.
Okay, need more reinforced iron plates once more. Gosh.
Okay, there we go. There's now a no pipes
Okay.
as its own thing. And it's 2,000 points. See, the nice thing is, Doc, the more points they spend on no conveyors and no pipes, the fewer points they have to spend on kill Doc.
Yeah, that's true. Hype train success. We had one more. We got another hype chest to open. And we get a frog emote, frog ponder emote, to go along with our choo-choo emote. So I'm going to share that with everyone. All right. So we've had 2 hype trains. 2 hype trains come through, which is way cool.
Icy Knight says, "Don't you worry, Doc. I still have 20,000 points saved up to kill you."
Okay.
Oh, gosh.
Okay, okay.
Icy Knight says, "I'm on a strict don't go below 20k unless I use it to kill Doc." But
Unless he uses it to kill me.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
and Debunky is here. He says, "What up, Doc Solo?"
You're working on that, what would you call it? What do you call it when you can hit a button and
Oh,
not an emote, is it?
it's something, I don't know, on-screen animation for it.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to do that currently. Megalith and Giuseppe, 2 of our members, are working together to build some tech to allow us to have some cool text-to-speech options that allow you guys to post some stuff in chat and get it to appear on screen, play some animations, do a lot of fun stuff.
Yeah.
So,
Make things a lot more fun along the way.
and Shockwave Zephyr is here. He says, "Really like being able to catch a stream. I play a lot of automation games like Factorio right now. Having general logistical thoughts being presented helps all automation games."
Yep. And my focus during a lot of my time at Boeing and in the finance systems that I help develop and write, were focused on procurement, and so procurement, supply chains, and so forth were a big deal. Well, a lot of that kind of thing rubs off and appears in this game too. So I've got to have conveyors. I've got to have reinforced iron plate, and I don't have enough ingots. So guess what I'm going to do? Got some more ingots.
Well, it looks like Megalith has been lurking here because he
Megalith's
responded.
been lurking.
He says, well,
When
Robert,
does Megalith ever lurk?
He says, I hate Python because of that. The version and library management of Python is horrible.
Yeah?
And Mauro Bertolini is here. He says, hello, Doc. Greetings from Argentina.
All right.
Love your videos.
The American crowd is starting to join us. Now we've been playing for 4 hours, it says, which means our stream is about to come to a close.
I have a friend who lives in Buenos Aires that I haven't talked to in a long time. I'll look him up again, see how he's doing.
Yeah, you do need to look him up.
He came on vacation up here to the States and threw all his clothes away at the end of vacation so he could fill his entire suitcase full of Magic the Gathering cards and bring them home.
Okay.
Yeah, this was a while ago, but it's, they said, they had Spanish translated cards down there, but they didn't have very many English ones. But all the people people just wanted the English ones. And so bringing them down there, of course, he could sell them for plenty of money or whatever else. Ben says, Robert, how's editing going? It seems to me you're reading chat more than editing. Look, Ben, don't call me out like that. Well,
that's the one thing I struggle with Robert is when he's not there reading the chat, I miss stuff because I get engrossed. I definitely get engrossed in what I'm doing. So
yeah, I've been able to get all the footage I need for 2 shorts. So when the stream is over, I'll go through them and with full focus mode actually get the cuts done and everything else and make them look good. So,
okay.
Yeah. And Kevin Vanderberg is here from Texas, just outside of Austin. Very cool.
That is really cool. Which means he's either got a day off, or he's not working, or he's viewing it from
Watching from work. And Chimi is from Utah. Okay.
Well, Jimmy, what part of Utah would that be? Salt Lake? Or the suburbs?
We have a lot of family over out that direction. Mostly my mom's family. They're more in the Idaho side.
Or in Cache Valley side? Oh, and then we've got bunches in Idaho. Yeah. Southern Idaho.
Chimi says close to Salt Lake. Okay.
Okay.
Layton.
Layton, Utah? Yeah.
Oh, Kevin's on a sick day.
Okay. Yeah.
He
Sounds
says
like a hooky day, maybe?
It's a sick day. Shh. Yeah. Ben says, the thing is, Doc, with him not editing, you'll not get any videos out as well. So just get a clone of Robert.
I would love to clone Robert. I really would.
Chibi says, you seem to be familiar with Utah. You guys close?
Missouri?
Yeah, Missouri.
Yeah.
We used to live in the Seattle region, and we would travel over to Idaho, both northern Idaho, to visit my grandpa, as well as down to the Boise region to visit my grandma on my mother's side.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And she has still several brothers that live in that area, in the Meridian area.
Yeah, Meridian. And Sigmoid says, "Oh right, professor from Boston, sitting at home grading, and it feels like feeling like body doubling for productivity. So thank you both."
You're welcome. Yeah, my classes are starting here pretty soon. They either started Monday. I teach online, so I don't go to class to teach them. And the first full week is pretty much autopilot until I have to correct the papers, usually on Monday because the end of the week is Sundays. So at this point,
You don't got to do much.
two classes kicking off, and yeah, I don't have a whole bunch to do.
And the monkey says, "I'm from Holy Cross," and he wrote it as one word. So the only Holy Cross that comes up when I check is in Ireland. Ben thinks that cloning me would just give you two annoying sons at the same time, so maybe not.
Yeah, that's probably true, but all right. Kind of planning out my next move for where I'm going to put things. So clearing some vegetation lets me see the terrain a bit. Okay, I have another iron node up here. It's another pure iron node, which is interesting.
Chibi says, "Oh wait, father-son duo?"
Yeah, it's actually a father-son duo with Garrett not being here at the moment. He'll be here tomorrow when we play Minecraft.
Yep.
And when we play on our Gigafactory view, he's right with us.
Yep, it's the three of us quite often. So, yeah, I've been Doc's editor since actually, as Doc has said at the beginning of COVID, when all of his classes went online, I started editing the videos for his classes. And a couple years ago, when he retired from Boeing, we were like, let's do games, and it worked.
Yeah, don't tell mom.
That's literally what it was.
Yeah, that's literally what it was because she, when she heard about it, she said, "Not really? Excuse me, you're a doctor? I married better than this, didn't I?" That kind of thing. But heck, we've been married almost 45 years now. Coming up on this year, it's 45. So she's pretty forgiving usually.
Yep.
Only have 20 more to consume here, 19 more to consume here, and we can get rid of the constructor and get rid of the container.
Sigmoid, that'd be a second son. Garrett's my brother.
Yep. Have 2 sons and 3 sons and 2 daughters.
Yeah. Alexa says, 45 years of marriage. You have my greatest respect, Doc.
Thank you. Yep, it's been a hard ride at times, but a good one.
And we have a hello from Had Matter.
Had Matter?
Had Matter, yes.
Kind of like the Mad Hatter.
I think so, yes.
Yeah. Congrats on 45 years, yeah. In July, it'll be 45 years specifically.
Very cool. Well, the monkey, I say, he says he translated Holy Cross. If you prefer, I could say something I can't pronounce, but it looks Eastern European.
Okay.
Dare I say maybe Polish? Sigmoid says, 3 sons and 2 daughters. The science project years must have been wild.
Wonder what that one means. All right. My machine has closed down. So when I dismantle this, how big of a crate? I didn't get a crate. Ha ha.
You actually had enough inventory.
Yeah, but well, I just cleared some inventory and put it in this container
Oh,
here.
perfect.
So now I can just go ahead and I'll put a small container over here and start transferring all that stuff over to a small container.
And Ben says, if my calculations are right, Doc got married in July 1980.
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay, the monkey is from Poland. Cool.
All right. Okay. Let's see if we can get enough out of here to, oops, to transfer this over here and deconstruct this. Good. Now I've got space to do some other things with. And let's just okay. Yeah, let's make sure I've got enough stuff to make things with. And
Sigmoid asks about the science fair thing. He says, did y'all not have science fairs every year? There were a few years where myself and 2 siblings were all the science fair age at the same time, doing 3 projects in the house at once. It was intense.
I'll bet it was. I'll bet it was.
We were a bit more spread out. Me and my 2 older sisters are 5 years between us. And between me and Garrett, there's actually an 8-year gap. So, and then there's one more below us. So it was kind of like a tale of 2 families.
Yeah,
So my
literally.
older sisters were getting married just as my younger brothers were really getting into, the middle school era.
Okay, so how am I going to deal with this? I need to put 12 constructors in this area. And I don't want to build over the top of this because I actually want to put a miner on this. And I need more iron plate to do that. Okay, that's fine. I can go get some more iron plate. So I want to put a miner over this. So I don't really want to... I really don't want to encumber the space over there because I'm going to have to build going that straight ahead where I'm pointing with my saw there. Going to have to build going that way to build the next whatever I build here with this miner here. Building modular again. I'm going to make this into a factory. I'll probably cover it over, make it pretty. Put the poles instead of in the middle. Put the poles go ahead and put the poles on the walls with the wall holes. Things that I can't do quite yet. But at this point, I just need to figure out how I'm going to configure six more assemblers to put in this area. So I need room for another group of splitters through here. These four I'll pull over here and put into splitters that'll service the next row of constructors. So I need a room for a row of splitters through here. And if I can put an assembler, if I can put a constructor right here accepting stuff. Let's see. Wow. I think I can put it there. The problem is I'll need to go out back and see if I've got room to even get it out the outport. And it looks like I do. It'll be a little bit challenging.
We have a couple people with some solutions to what plagues you. We have Trumpkin who says it nicely, and Oscar who says it like Oscar.
Okay.
Trumpkin says you can always go vertical to fix the terrain issue. Do another floor.
Yeah, do another floor.
And Oscar says, have you tried building up? It's a brand new technology that was developed recently, but fix it.
So nice.
I do have to bring to your attention, Doc, the time.
Oh dear. It is 2 minutes till the end.
Unfortunately, it's really kind of coming to the end of our time today.
Okay. Well, I have a full rod factory up here anyway. And I have, I can start with the rod factory and get screws out of it. Screws are by far the most thing that you have to use most numerously. So, in a lot of the builds in the early game. So, we will finish this tomorrow, I guess. And yes, it looks like I just need to go up a floor and use the lifts that I can do now. Go ahead and go up here and then go straight above and over these. And I can do that. I have the technology to do that. Isn't that awesome? So, hope everybody enjoyed it. Thankful for all the people who subscribed on YouTube or subscribed on Twitch or became members on YouTube. Really, really appreciate it. Oscar says, hey, I said it nicely. Yeah, I'm going to take the suggestion and build upward and put a second floor on this factory and build just over what I've already built. Too bad we don't have portholes, conveyor holes yet for walls, or portholes for floors.
If we can get 1.1 to work soon.
And hope that will that help this problem?
1.1 allows you to put portholes in the walls wherever you want.
But does it help unlock them earlier?
I don't think so.
Because I don't have them unlocked
You
yet.
don't have the floor holes yet.
Yeah,
You're
I
right.
don't have them unlocked yet. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what
So
you're talking about. Okay.
the conveyor lift is going to go through the floor and it's going to clip through the floor. Because we don't have the technology yet, but we'll go ahead and deconstruct it and build the floor hole and put it in once we get the floor hole. Come back and fix these items as we upgrade all the conveyors and so forth, and put overclock these when we get overclocking, and yada yada yada, all those things to increase production. So anyway, appreciate everybody joining, appreciate everybody contributing to the channel. We will be online tomorrow. We will be playing Minecraft, so Satisfactory will be on hold until next Monday. I will go ahead and in my spare time, I might build a few things and then show it to you instead of building it on the live stream, because I like to play the game. So between now and then, we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow if you come, on Monday if you want to hit Satisfactory again, and bye for now.